Development. And I will be coordinating this meeting with my team from the center. These include the relevant MDAs. We also have our partners in budget transparency, that is the civil society represented by CSBAG and CODE and others. So can I now request our team also, the team from the center, to introduce themselves. Since there are not many, I'll remove a mic and then request each of them to quickly introduce himself or herself so that you know who is here, and in case you have issues to discuss with the centers, you should be knowing the person that is present here. Aguri, can you take the mic, starting with yourself, and introduce the center? One by one. First finish that. This introduction. I want to know those who are here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Agri Karanzi, Minister of Finance, handling local governments under budget.
Joseph Ahaiswa is my name, from Ministry of Finance, Department of Project Analysis and Public Investment.
I hope they have heard you. Members, are you able to hear?
Joseph Ahaisibwe is my name, from Ministry of Finance, specifically the Department of Project Analysis and Public Investment. I thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Kazung. I work under Budget Policy and Evaluation, specifically the Program Budgeting System.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nyach Kongor Marie from Infrastructure and Social Service Department.
Okay. Anyone from the center? You stand up, then you sit after you have introduced yourself.
Good morning.
From the center, stand up.
My name is Francis Mloro, Budget Monitoring and Accountability, Minister of Finance.
Good morning. Nicholas Kwahayo, Tax Policy, Minister of Finance.
Good morning. Mutamba Sylvia, Economic Development Policy and Research, Minister of Finance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alfred Chaka, Assistant Commissioner, Secondary Education, Minister of Education and Sports.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Charles Mwijuche from Ministry of Local Government.
Swalik Kisigaisabi is my name, Planner Regional and Local Government Development Planning from National Planning Authority.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Peter Malova is my name from Equal Opportunities Commission.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Musoke Charles from Uganda Local Governments Association, Wuruga.
Morning, all protocol observed. I'm Betty Naova from Uganda Bureau of Statistics.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rutahanda Monica from Uganda Bureau of Statistics.
Morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wakoli Brian from Uganda Bureau of Statistics.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Engineer Godfrey Biarugaba from Ministry of Water and Environment.
Morning. I'm John Bosco Achila from National Medical Stores.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nawasa Medat. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture, a Planning Division.
Good morning. My name is David Mugisha from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Major General John Mateka, retired. I'm from Operation Wealth Creation in a short order, you see.
Members, I think this is the team that is already here with us. Those who have not heard about the institutions that are not yet represented, I'm sure that the team, the members are within here. Maybe because of the rain they haven't entered the room, that we are fully represented. We are fully represented, and we are here to discuss with you the issues to do with the next year's budget, as Agri has indicated. So once again, you are welcome. We are welcome to this meeting, these consultative meetings. We are expecting, of course, but there is a member here who didn't introduce himself. My eyes might have seen him now. Agri, where is the mic? There is a member here.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the eyes that are behind you. I am Richard Tavaro from Accountant General's Office, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Commissioner Tavaro. Otherwise, I was going to say he's among those who want to get the prize for not being here on time. Thank you. As I have already indicated, we are here to discuss issues pertaining to plans for next year's budget. Following the successful conclusion of the National Budget Conference held last week on Thursday, where you were fully represented as local governments. We're expecting to have our senior minister here, Honorable Matia Kasaija, but he has been asked to go to cabinet. There are critical issues they are discussing in cabinet. So he has requested me to stand in for him and present the keynote address on his behalf. So without further delay, allow me to represent the minister right now. Resident commissioners, district chairpersons, and your worship Lord Mayors present, district, city and municipality speakers, municipal speakers, chief administrative officers from the districts we have indicated here, city and municipal town clerks, heads of departments present, technical officers representing the central government, ministries, departments and agencies, our development partners and the civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this budget consultative meeting for the financial year 2026-27. Members, these consultations are following the conference that was held, the national conference held last week, at Speaker Resort Munyonyo, intended to set into motion the budget preparation process for next financial year in accordance with the law and the Constitution. The financial year 26-27 budget preparation process comes at the time when the country has already made significant gains in the socio-economic transformation of this country. Therefore, the workshop is intended to, one, present and discuss the proposed budget strategy for next financial year with you participants. Two, we are here to discuss service delivery challenges, challenges that impede both the preparation of the budget and also execution of the budget. We are here to discuss those challenges and, of course, make appropriate recommendations that will inform the budget strategy for next financial year. And lastly, we are here to disseminate the program guidelines for the preparation of the budget for next financial year and the framework papers, starting with the framework papers. And you know the deadline for submission of these budget framework papers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next financial year, particular attention or specific attention will be focusing on further improving government efficiency, strengthening the project execution, and then increasing productivity of all Ugandans. Therefore, the budget formulation process has so far been informed by the strategic policy guidelines provided by His Excellency the President, the 10-fold growth strategy, and the National Development Plan 4, with the attendant PIAPs, or the Program Implementation Action Plans. We have also undertaken initial consultations with the private sector, with the civil society organizations, with our local development partners, and the second public investment management system, a conference that was held, that is the 9th High-Level Economic Growth Forum. And we are here today to consult local governments. Fellow participants, the recommendations from these consultations, together with the outcomes of the program working groups, discussions will guide the finalization of the strategy and therefore the budget for next financial year. Broadly speaking, the focus for next financial year, first of all, we have maintained the theme. The budget for next financial year is the same as the budget for the current financial year, which focuses on full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening the services, digital transformation, and market access. That is the theme that we have agreed to maintain come next financial year. The focus for next financial year will therefore focus on deepening the implementation of the growth sectors, which we call the ATMs, that is agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based industrialization development, science, technology, and innovation, including the ICT and the creative artists industry, without leaving behind the enablers which we are going to discuss further. So those are the areas of focus. As you are here, as we think about this, where the focus will be, these areas, when you relate it to your, and see which should be your priorities to be aligned to these 8 TMs. Part 2, the feedback on the issue that we raised here and some other centers during last year's budget preparatory consultative process. During those meetings, issues were raised and the relevant institutions have provided responses. The detailed matrix has been shared, I think, in your folders, but these are some of the key issues that are going to highlight here. So during the consultations, these issues were raised. One, of course, is about the low share of the local government funding. We all agree that funding is inadequate. We need more resources to implement the service delivery activities in local governments. However, we all know that there is still a challenge of the budget constraint. So, but however, the government has endeavored to improve the allocation to local governments from 2,361.4 billion allocated in 2015, or rather 2015-16, to the current year's allocation of 7,345.5 billion. You can see the significant increase since 2015-16. Much as it is not enough, really our government has endeavored to provide resources to finance local government service delivery. Of course, this is in addition to the revenues that you do raise locally. You are part of government. Whatever you collect is also resources from the government. And the off-budget expenditure, or rather funding that we always don't include when we are computing these figures. So really, there's some significant improvement. However, as resources become available, more resources will be allocated. Lack of transport equipment for monitoring service delivery. Here, a supplementary was provided, and we start with 35.2 billion was provided in the current year's budget toward the purchase of vehicles for the chairpersons and city municipal mayors. So we started with the political leadership. So others will also come on board. It's a question of resources. Another issue that was discussed was to do with non-induction of political leaders. Non-induction, that many of the leaders were never inducted, but now the decision is, now that this term is coming to the end, let us mobilize resources to induct the new team that is coming after elections. That is the decision that has been made regarding induction of political leaders. Then harmonization of local revenue systems. We know you had started on the implementation of two systems, ILAS and e-loglo, but the decision was, and this was causing confusion, and also harmonizing and data collection and analysis was a challenge. So, but the government took a decision based on the first performance of the two systems, and the decision was made that we implement ILAS. So we are doing away with e-loglo. ILAS is the system that we are going to use to effectively deliver or mobilize revenue and collect revenue from the local sources. And this has been implemented. Fellow participants, there was also an issue on technical system challenges. The challenges are implemented at the center, PBS, EFMIS, and HCM. The effort was done, much effort was done to harmonize, rather to integrate these systems. Much as it is not 100% fully. The systems have been reviewed, and the interface undertaken between especially EFMIS and PBS. Enhancements undertaken, and we continue to improve. The ministry concluded PBS and EFMIS trainings for MDAs, but of course training doesn't end. I know there's always high turnover in local governments, new members coming on board, others going for green pastures. So training will continue. But other than the programmed training, whenever local government feels there is a gap, just write to us. Give me your copy of your letter or attention commissioner budget. Definitely we'll send you the staff. Come and train you, PBS user personnel as you wait for other program training. That is our priority. We must train the public servants. There was also an issue of non-alignment of the PIAPs to local governments. This challenge was not noticed during NDP 3 implementation. However, under the NDP 4 now, the PIAPs have been reviewed and improved during the consultations with the representatives. NPA will highlight during the presentation by NPA. We'll hear the latest course of action, but the harmonization has been done. There was also an issue of weak internal audit functions, and accordingly we have provided 6 billion this financial year across all local governments to strengthen internal audit function. Inadequate funding and lack of road equipment. We all know that 1 billion was provided each district by cabinet, and this money has remained in the base. This has remained in the base, and the formula was the guidelines were provided, showing the allocation formula, or rather the parameters to be considered, and a position will be a position will be communicated once this process is finalized between the relevant institutions at the center to review, because there was a complaint about the current formula. Some local governments used the money to start new roads, others were maintaining, others would say we spent all the money on one bridge. So the guidelines are soon being shared with you to strengthen and guide you on the allocation of this money. It has remained in the base. But we all know that maintaining local government roads is still a challenge where we need to put in more money. More money will be provided there is increased revenue collection, which is still our wish, that we must increase revenue collection, both at local government level and at the center. That's why we are implementing the DRIMS and also local government revenue enhancement program that has come in, that has been kick-started. So all these are aimed, and the systems also put in place to ensure that there is enhanced revenue, domestic revenue collection, given the draining flows from our partners. The budget support has gone down, so we need really to collect more revenues. Shortfall in ex gratia and councillors' allowance. To address this challenge, of course, we also provided 7.305 billion in the financial year 24-25 to start with the areas, and this resource was carried forward also in this financial year. That money remained in the budget. Additional resources amounting to 19.12 billion was provided this financial year, bringing the total allocation thereafter to 53.12 billion. However, we note that the challenge is that some accounting officers still do not pay. Despite the money being provided, they do not pay the readers. And we have been receiving the complaints. And this is not really acceptable. Accounting officers should make sure that the money is spent as per the guidelines. And the minister will therefore take action or serious action measures to deal with those who are not complying. The next challenge is to do with inadequate extension services, where also funding was provided to a tune of 11.931 billion in this year's budget, in order to strengthen, to facilitate these extension workers in terms of promoting efficiency in the extension, in the delivery, in the extension service. We also know that in many places, much of the money was provided. These extension officers are seated at the headquarters. You ask when you move around and you try to inquire from the farmers, a number of them have never seen any extension office. They don't even know the names of the extension farmers. Some of them have become private what? They have their own consultancy firms. When you call him, you negotiate and you pay. Yet these are government employees. So cows and other stakeholders, please ensure that there is extension service at all your levels to help the farmers to improve, especially the PDM farmers. We need to improve productivity. Upgrading of health center 2s to health center 3s and operationalizing these facilities. To date, government through the funding of the World Bank under the UG program has so far upgraded 340 health center 2s to health center 3s. 31 newly constructed health center 3s have also been recorded, while 190 out of the 259 programmed seed secondary schools have also been constructed, and so far, a total of 406.2 billion shillings and 207.91 billion shillings have been provided under the two under this program of education and health, respectively. And of course, more funding went into education, rather water and MAIF to do with micro-scale irrigation. So this is the funding from the World Bank, with the World Bank support, of course, with co-funding from the center. So we also know that some facilities are still not completed, and our plan is to negotiate with the World Bank to have UG2 program approved. Will also depend on how we fast track the completion of the remaining facilities. Money for recruitment was provided, but also in some local governments, there is a structure, the hospitals, schools, not yet fully staffed, despite the money being provided. So it's your duty really to work with the relevant MDAs here to ensure that these facilities don't remain white elephants. As we try to look for more resources under UGIFT2 that we are about to negotiate with the World Bank. So fellow participants, government has taken note of these other issues that have not been addressed, of course, due to the budget constraint. However, I wish to assure you that these will also be tackled in the subsequent financial years and the medium term. All other program-specific issues shall be highlighted during the parallel sessions later today. Key issues now affecting service delivery. Following the consultations at different fora, including the just concluded National Budget Conference, we noted that under the annual budget performance review organized by Office of the Prime Minister, we noted the following issues that are emerging. Salary, pension, and gratuity shortfalls have been recorded and reported by a number of MDAs. We took note of these challenges. However, we are looking at the causes of these continuous requests for money for shortfalls. As we provide more money, a number of local governments also keep indicating that the money is not enough. The joint exercise that was taken between finance and public service also established a number of reasons, which will also be discussed later today. The root causes, such that we can tackle those challenges so that these shortfalls can be handled and avoided once and for all. Therefore, going forward, I wish to guide as follows. Come next financial year, emphasis will be on strict adherence to the verified payroll audits and outcomes from the Ministry of Public Service harmonization exercise, which has just concluded. and the integrity of the data captured on the payroll and in the payroll, that is HCM and then PBS, during preparations of the budget for pension and gratuity to avoid these shortfalls. We have also taken note of the areas, of course, accumulated areas as at 24-25. End June 24, areas were also registered. These are being verified now. These are being verified. Much as there was some money was put in the budget to a tune of about 1.4 trillion to tackle to clear the outstanding area. Releasing this money was halted in Q1, pending a further verification by an independent auditor. And the work is going on now. Much as you see money in your budget, until this audit is completed and confirming that really you deserve all that money or more, the money can't be released. But the target is that in Q2, this exercise will have ended and the money will be released beginning Q2. Cater for all the areas: pension, gratuity, salaries, name them, and other areas. But we also noted that a number of cows, you make deductions from people's salaries, but you don't remit pay to URA. And you want that one also to be treated as areas. Where did the money go? Those are the issues we should discuss, and when the verification team calls you, then you should be able to justify. Then non-submission of development plans. It has also been noted that a number of local governments have not prepared and submitted the development plan to NPA. And the deadline was March 31st. However, to date, only 26 votes, remember out of 176, only 26 votes have submitted. For example, now if by Q2 we go with this figure, meaning once a decision, for example, is taken, that we already release the money to those who have complied, many of you will be crying that finance has not released the money. Why not comply with the deadlines? Why not comply with the deadlines? So we are saying 25 only, as of to date, have been received. 18 votes have not even started, because on the systems we track, when you are working, we are seeing 18 have not started at all. This implies that you are implementing work plans that are not aligned to the NDP 4. This will not be accepted anymore, and the budget framework papers which you are working on might not be compliant, and therefore will be rejected. If you have not aligned, if you have not prepared your local government development plans, aligning them with NDP 4, then it will be a challenge, and your BFP will be rejected. Next is part 4, where we have to discuss the budget strategy. To give highlights on the budget strategy, remember the financial year that is coming will be the second year of implementing the fourth National Development Plan 4, which is also the first plan to deliver the 10-fold growth strategy, and also the last plan to deliver the Agenda 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. This will also be the first budget to deliver the next ruling party manifesto. We are voting in January, and this budget will be approved in June 2026, meaning it will be the first year of implementing the manifesto of the new government in power. The next the next ruling party in power. That manifesto covering 26-27 up 2030-31. Therefore, this budget strategy for next financial year will prioritize investments in the first phase accelerator actions. We are focusing on accelerator actions that will trigger the achievement of the target 10-fold growth strategy, the targets under the strategy, anchoring on 4 key areas which we call ATMs and then the corresponding enablers. The budget strategy for next year is anchored on the following specific objectives. 1, increasing the value addition to agriculture, mineral materials, oil and gas, and tourism. 2, increase investment in science, technology, and innovation. Next, ensuring sustained investment in the enablers, where we talk of infrastructure, roads, electricity, irrigation, industrial parks, then education, health, and security. Those are the key enablers. You cannot attain the 10-fold growth without investing in these enablers. So that is the specific area where the investment might also focus. Above all, we have to enhance revenue collection. Revenue collection is one of the key focus areas come next financial year. And finally, we have to continue promoting regional integration and accessing markets. Markets that we mean both local and international markets. Local, regional and international markets. Because once there is improvement in productivity, once we grow our production volumes and improve the quality, then these products need markets. So that is where some of these interventions will focus through the relevant PAPs. Therefore, members, in line with the above objective, the strategy will target sustained investment in the ATMs and enablers, in summary. In addition, the strategic priorities will continue with the continued investment in what I have already mentioned, the enablers to achieve the 10-fold growth strategy, as enshrined in the NDP 4. They are listed there. I will not repeat them. We have already mentioned them. You can read those priority areas. Ladies and gentlemen, to realize this strategy it requires implementing reforms and actions to address the binding constraints on either productivity, increased efficiency in the critical areas we have discussed. We need increased investment in those areas and tackling corruption members. I want to implore you, therefore, to discuss and ensure that your budgets are prepared to facilitate effective implementation of the budget strategy, which was presented to the whole nation at the National Budget Conference last week. You are therefore requested to interest yourselves in understanding the details enshrined in the specific government interventions. Understand how you come in, how your budgets, your plans are aligned to achieving these objectives. In conclusion, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the ministry attaches great importance to these consultations. And therefore, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I implore you to pay keen interest in ensuring that your budgets are fully aligned with the priorities of government to grow the economy tenfold through the strategic investments in the ATMs and the enablers already mentioned. You should ensure that your budget framework papers, which you are submitting in November, are prepared and submitted not later than 14th of November, in line with the grant management, grant allocation guidelines and the legal timelines within the PFM Act, CAP 171. Fellow participants, in addition, I urge you to finalize your respective development plans as reported above. Now the deadline has been extended to 31st March 2026 to guide the timely budget allocation releases for next financial year. Note the timeline. The Ministry will therefore take keen interest in the challenges and the agreed actions that will contribute to the development of the appropriate interventions in the financial year 26-27 and the medium term. Lastly, but not least, I once again want to implore you, local accounting officers, to help your respective political leaders to efficiently participate in the budget preparation process and execution processes. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, therefore, I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I declare this workshop open for God and my country.
Thank you, Commissioner John, for ably representing the minister. Another big hand clap. Yes, and now that you have declared the engagements open, we all have this copy of the program. Let me request that the person who is going to do the presentation on economic management at local government level come up, and also the one for PIMS to come and take the seats up here. As you can see, the timelines, they are just so limited and we are behind time. And also I request that if there are any reactions to the minister's opening remarks, they can be kept, and we shall have them in the general discussion after the three presentations. So, the next presenter, please. Yeah, take the floor, and please keep time. I can see it's limited time. Thank you. You wish to welcome her with a clap? Oh, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mutamba Sylvia. I work with the Ministry of Finance, and I'm here to make a presentation as projected on economic management, the local government perspective. So my presentation is going to be in 5 levels, where I'll tell you the aim of the presentation, introduction, and highlight on the tenfold growth strategy, and the local government entry points and call to action. Next. The aim of the presentation is to update local governments on government's medium-term and long-term growth strategies, to inform the discussion and debate on development issues at local government, leading to evidence-based planning and budgeting, to highlight the contribution of local economic development to the tenfold growth strategy. Our government aspires to expand the economy to double-digit growth potential by prioritizing public investments with higher economic returns, competitively growing the share of the formal economy for a larger revenue base. And the next is regional development programs are also crucial in realizing the above targets. Partly is to focus on regional specific needs and priorities, address disparities in infrastructure, education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, and empowering local authorities to develop, implement development plans, that is to foster optimal use of resources by tapping into local potential. So below we show you the targets in the tenfold. We want to increase the local revenue from the current 287 billion shillings to 805 billion by 2040. And then the proportion of the national budget to local government. We also target for it to increase from the 15.2% to 17.9% by 2040. And the jobs through the local economic development from 424,000 to 594,000 by 2040. So to that effect, Ministry of Finance in the NDP3 was able to implement the following initiatives, among the many anyway. So we started with the Myoga in 2019, then we had the PDM in 2021, the Zonal Analytics and Policy Advisory. These were presented in the last year's local government workshops. And we have the State of Parish Economic and Asset Register. This is new. And then we have the Agro-Based Commodity Development Portal. And this is also new. A colleague of mine is going to expound on it later. And then lastly, we have the tenfold growth strategy. All these are to enable us achieve the tenfold targets. So in the tenfold growth strategy, here it highlights strategies for growing economy tenfold in a transformative, inclusive, and sustainable manner. And the target is to expand the economy from $50 billion to $500 billion by 2040. And like my commissioner highlighted in the opening remarks, we have those 4 anchor sectors that we expect to drive us to achieve our targets. So these are the assumptions. We have, there are a number of assumptions highlighted. However, these are the ones that are relevant to the local governments. So under public sector, we have sustainably grow the domestic revenue to an average of 30% of GDP, efficient allocation and effective execution of budgets, coverage of health insurance, that is growing the health insurance to match the population, and all commercially run public enterprises and state enterprises to undergo public listing. Under private sector, the masses increase their contribution to the national savings, that is through circles, banks, capital markets, pension schemes, etc. And then government to attract patient capital to grow its development finance institutes. That is in a sustainable way and not just for monetary returns. And then close the manpower gaps in the economy and sustain the average annual growth rate of FDI and remittance, and then reduce the informal and subsistence economy. So under the anchor sectors, these are the accelerator actions that are highlighted. Under agro-industrialization, we have to commercializing and formalizing farming, develop and deepen structured trade in value-added agricultural commodities. Under tourism, we expect to increase tourist inflows in 5-fold under the spend per tourist and length of stay, doubling average spend per tourist and average stay per tourist. Under minerals and oil-based industrialization, we have to finalize the quantification of the mineral deposits and their governance, commercializing mining operations and products, deliver the first oil, commercializing the petrochemical industry, expanding the capacity of oil exports and petrochemical products. Then under science, technology, and innovation, we expect to add value in the traditional economy through systematic upgrade of the country's capacity to apply STI and ICT. And then we have creating the new economy, which is using STI and ICT and the creatives industry. The last is to mainstream scientific methods of decision-making in the culture of public service and economic management. So of these 4 ATMs, the other programs, as you know in the NDP4, they all contribute to achieving these 4 anchor sectors. So that's why they are called the enablers. So how is the local government participating in this? So we noted a few issues that are hindering, that might be a hindrance to achieving our targets. Under production and productivity, as the first speaker mentioned, we see a limited access to extension services, limited agro-processing. Like the data shows that 68% of maize and 80% of cassava is sold unprocessed. So we need to look into value addition. Then low uptake of improved seeds, where only in Buganda do we see a high use in improved seeds. Then infrastructure challenges. Of course, we have the rural roads, which are affecting market access and also affecting could be transportation of the services, access to services, and then limited irrigation to tackle this over-reliance on the changing weather, as you are aware of the climate change. Then limited use of available storage facilities. So these are areas that local government should look into for the population to exploit and also to improve on. And then management of the PDM revolving fund, we see that there is a limit in financial diversion. Diversions to non-PDM. We see that PDM money is being diverted to activities that are not really PDM related. And then we need to ensure that the revolving fund is invested in productive value chains. Let us not just issue the money, but make sure that where we are directing the money, it's actually in productive value chains. And then we support aggregators to offtake PDM produces. We see that we have a challenge of markets. The farmers are producing, but we need to have the products purchased from them. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Then under enabler, we need to we need to access, there's access to finance and credit. So here we noticed high interest rates, of course, then the collateral problem, and then being agriculture, there is a high seasonal cash flow. So how do we mitigate this so that we have cash flow all year round, even when it's not just harvest season? Then leveraging interest-free loans under the large farmers financing scheme. This is specifically for farmers that are carrying out agriculture in 50 plus acres. But we also have other financing schemes like the agriculture credit facility, like the PDM. So all those are schemes that we can take interest in. Next. So here it's just an overview of the performance. Agriculture contributes significantly to national exports, that is known, and coffee is the continues to lead in the export basket. And however, government introduced the PIMA commodities, and those are the 9 commodities. We have cotton, fish, tea, oil palm, and the other 5 commodities in the table. Looking at Toro, and I think most districts here are from Toro, we see that maize is your biggest output. However, it's not even performing as much. We could do better. So let's look at prioritizing these PIMA commodities because they have a high export contribution. Then we have agro-processing initiatives have reduced subsistence agriculture. And in Kampala, we see that these initiatives, as mentioned before, have reduced subsistence from 4.7 to 0.3, and 17.2 to 13% in Buganda. Those are the sub-regions that are performing well. This information, you can get it from the agriculture survey reports to see how your sub-regions are performing and where you need to improve. Next. So, there is need to address productivity issues. The average productivity of selected commodities, here we see Toro. Maize, I'm not sure if those are clear enough, but you can see how Toro is performing compared to other sub-regions. Yeah? So like we mentioned before, maize is your highest performer. However, we also have cassava and coffee. Yeah? So these are deducted from the ABCD portal, as you will see from my colleague who will expound. So we need to find ways of improving and performing better if we are to meet the targets that we have set to achieve by 2040. And also we noticed that 68% of the maize and 80% of the cassava are sold and processed, as I have mentioned. So let's look into value addition. So when we go to tourism development, the target is to increase to US dollars 50 billion by 2040. So how are we going to achieve that? These are the issues that we have identified. Low quality accommodation facilities. Of course, this affects attracting tourism, foreign and domestic tourists. And we need to encourage and enforce licensing so that these accommodations are up to standard. Then we, of course, as already mentioned, poor road conditions, which affect access to these tourist destinations. Next. And then we have the trade order and waste management. I think this is a problem to most most towns in Uganda. So we need to enforce trade activities within gazetted areas and allocate funds for establishment of waste bins and the designation of collection centers. And then strictly prohibit the irresponsible disposal of waste and the encroachment of walkways along roadsides. Of course, hygiene is key in tourism, and organization of the markets. If we have traders displaying their products, anywhere and anyhow as they feel, that affects the organization of the town and the beauty and even access to products, because you will not know where to go. But if this is a designated market, then everyone knows this is where I go to get this and this, whatever I need, especially for tourists. Then we have the tourism program within local government. This has just been recently, local government has just recently started promoting this, and we commend you for that. So keep it up, and so that we can be able to meet our markets. Next. This is just a general overview of the national performance in tourism. Those are the tourism destinations, national parks, source of the Nile. That is how we are performing, and that is contribution to GDP and forex earnings and average spend per tourist. Next. So Uganda's domestic tourism has risen from 5.2% as locals have started to explore more, and this can be attributed to the different government initiatives like Explore Pearl of Africa. We had existing tourism sites beyond the national parks, and educational institutes that promote domestic tourism. And those are opportunities that you can explore more. I saw recently you held, there was an event at Toro Kingdom, which can also contribute to as a tourism opportunity for you to explore. Then areas to consider: to diversify the tourism products, formalize the hospitality sector, the hospitality sector, and that is when we are telling you to standardize the accommodation, have facilities registering, licensed, and local governments need to prioritize rehabilitation and maintenance of roads, infrastructure generally, and encourage domestic tourism by providing incentives, especially to schools. That is a ready market. And then on the side, we see visitations to national parks. I think in this sub-region, we have Toro, Renzori, Queen Elizabeth, and Machon Park. And that is how we've been performing. I think we see steady progress since COVID, and so let's keep it up. However, we need to perform better or catch up with our fellow parks and see how to boost tourists considering to come to these parks. Next. So when we go to the mineral development as an anchor sector also, here it is just to show you that the concentration levels, you see that there is high mineral occurrence in this sub-region. So what are we doing to exploit this gift from God? What are we doing to make sure that we are exploring more and more these mineral resources? It is just to show you that this region is endowed, and so we should therefore tap into this endowment to be able to meet our targets. So the issues under this anchor sector, we see that there is registration and licensing of artisanal miners. The Minerals Act provides for the registration and licensing of miners, and therefore local government needs to extensively sensitize them to formalize. Then management of royalties. Still, the same act has harmonized the threshold of royalties. Local government can collect up to 15%, which was previously 10%. Sub-counties can now collect 10% from 7% before, and landowners can now collect 5% from 3% before. This is important information, so we encourage you to explore it. And then below, it's just highlighting the priority minerals for the tenfold. So you need to know where you lie in those minerals. Sorry about that. So next. So when we go to ICT and STI, we have an issue of inadequate infrastructure, which is limiting internet connectivity and also unreliable internet access. Promotion of regional STIs, STI hubs. We need to, there's low commitment and initiative among some local governments to embrace and drive STI. This could even be just at your offices. How are you embracing these different systems that they are putting in place? This affects also how you influence the community to take on these initiatives. Then there is need for regional STI hubs to steward innovation and skills development. Next. So under science, still under science and technology, we have institutional silos and lack of collaboration. I think this is clear, especially between, we could see between central government and local government. It could be between government and the agencies. Then we have improved value addition in utilizing these approaches. Local government manufacturing, utilizing imported technology, research and development to improve the quality and quantity of locally manufactured products, innovation leading to novel products for both local and export markets, and nurturing innovation-driven enterprises through implementing a market readiness support program. So, as Ministry of Finance, we have been able to come up with a few innovative support to enable us hit our targets. So in supporting financial requirements, government provides affordable finances. As you can see, we have PDM, you've heard of PDM, EMIOGA, Small Business Recovery Fund, Invite, Grow. So all these are opportunities that you can encourage the communities and population to tap into for access to financing at low interest rates and favorable terms. Then we also have data management initiatives. Here, these enable quality and real-time data, which is crucial in assessing interventions. Local government plays a central role in planning at district and therefore must be equipped with information. Then we have understanding district level statistics to help in efficient allocation of resources. And then some of the initiatives that we are going to highlight today is the area-based commodity development portal and the state of the parish enterprise and asset register. So these are both online tools that we can use to enable us achieve the above. So under the ABCD portal, here it highlights performance of commodity value chains in different sub-regions to inform policy, research, and data management. So far, this was launched last week. So far we have information on coffee, maize, and tea, comprehensive information. If you go online, you can search for it, register, and be able to access this information. Coffee so far is in 11 sub-regions that have been tracked. Maize so far it's 14, and tea we have 7 sub-regions. These are the different components. That is agro-industrialization, which tracks full commodity value chains to drive productivity, value addition, and agro-processing. Export growth and trade, which enhances traceability, quality assurance, and market intelligence for regional and global trade. Infrastructure planning, which maps logistic bottlenecks and agro-processing hubs to inform public investment. STI and ICT expansion, which employs AI, blockchain, and GIS for smart agriculture, predictive planning, and policy automation. And then we have private sector and FDI. This provides investment, great data to attract private capital and promote rural enterprise development. That is the link under which you can access it in case you're interested, which you must be. So next, I'm going to invite a colleague of mine from Uganda Bureau of Statistics to expound on the state of parish economy and asset register. Thank you.
In just 5 minutes, because we have overshot the time, so I hope you'll do it in the 5 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rutahanda Monica. I work with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. I will take you through the state of parish economy and the asset register, why SPEAR, the scope, coverage, and the methodology used. The state of the parish economy and asset register monitors the community economic states and helps the government to identify development gaps, tailor plans to local needs, track progress in alignment to development frameworks. The government of Uganda is prioritizing SPEAR reporting to promote strategic planning and targeted planning, public spending in order to achieve economic outcomes at the parish level. This SPEAR is included in the parish-based management information system to facilitate the parish development model, achieve the goal of the transformation of the households in the subsistence to money economy, and also localizes the planning, budgeting, resource allocation, and monitor the PDM allocation and funding. Under the mandate of UBOS, production of official statistics in collaboration with those ministries, and local government is spearheading the production of local government to inform the SPEAR. Why SPEAR at this moment? In alignment to emerging data needs and dynamics, also to improve interinstitution and implementation of activities in the local governments. It will eliminate the overlaps between community information system, the PDM, and other government of Uganda programs implemented at the local government level for improved resource utilization and forecast reporting. Go on. The scope, currently, it is focusing on community profiling and administration data collection from all local government. That is how it is supposed to be, but so far, 14 local governments have been taken through, and in future or onwards, other local governments will also be reached. The data collection is taken by the parish chiefs and community development officers on those thematic areas. The parish chiefs, in this case, they will be using the approach of focal group discussions that will give all the highlights in their villages. And after, the parish chief will come up with that report that will be endorsed or confirmed. That is a true nature of the community before it is forwarded to the district, which will eventually submit to Minister of Finance. The Minister of ICT and National Guidance has developed the local government statistics application in the PDMIS to enable data collection by the parish chiefs and the CDO. And UBOS, together with the ministry, those ministries, has collaboratively developed a SPEAR reporting template automated in the PDMIS. This is the report that will be generated and confirmed before it is submitted to higher levels. Continue.
Please,
local government should embrace.
Could you please
this
summarize
activity
in the next 3 minutes?
Yes, please. Proactiveness towards statistical development, planning and budgeting for statistical production in local governments, enhance supervision of the parish data collectors for quality data. Yes, this one, in order to have quality data, we shouldn't leave all this to the honorary parish chiefs, but make sure that they are supervised and we get informing information. And the solidified partnership and collaboration with UBOS to stimulate the peer reporting. Continue. What are the expectations? You generate and share the state of the parish economic and asset register report with the Ministry of Finance. Higher local government reports produced by local governments with UBOS support. And the way forward for UBOS and the Ministry of ICT has embarked on the collection of data using the local government statistics application, as I mentioned before. There will be e-training. The e-training materials are being developed, and it will be tested in one of the districts soon. And we call upon accounting officers, local planners, and PDM coordinators to support the process of training and data collection. Continue. Power is off.
I thought it was the end of the slides, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately.
Maybe
power has gone off, but it will be saturated, and you'll get to read more about it.
Thank you very much, and a big hand clap for the two presentations. We are blessed. We had ladies to do the presentations. And as you realized, I was actually a bit lenient to the ladies. So for the next presentations, because we are running so behind time, though we want to give you the information that you should have, like I earlier noted, we are going to have all those comments. I'm sure from the remarks from the minister, we already have got some responses, so you could keep adjusting your comments to come at the end. We were joined by some colleagues from the center who came in last, I think a few minutes back, though the minister was not here to give them the appreciation he had promised. But at the moment, the next presentation is capital expenditure and asset budgeting. I wanted to make a slight change and have the guidelines done. That's the next one, the guidelines by PIMS, and so that I gauge the time that the gentleman will use, which will inform the next presentation, because we are seriously behind time. So PIMS come in for the presentation, then the CAPEX will come at the end. Thank you. Or do you want the colleagues to introduce themselves from the center? They will do that later, perhaps.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. Joseph Ahaisibo is my name, and I will be taking you through these draft guidelines for public investment management. Okay, I think it's now okay. It should be okay. You can have this for reserve. I'll be taking you through the draft public investment management guidelines for local governments. As you've heard from the previous presentation, we are implementing the 10-fold growth strategy. And in order for us to achieve the double-digit growth, we need to implement public investments that maximize returns. And therefore, we need to ensure that the projects that you select, that you implement, should be able to maximize returns from the investment. We are not moving. So this is going to be my presentation outline. We'll look at the introduction. We'll look at the methodology that we've used in developing these guidelines. What are the common challenges that we identified that could stop you from implementing good projects? The findings and recommendations from the consultations we undertook with selected local governments, and then the proposed public investment management cycle, and then conclusion, and finally we'll have a quick prayer. Okay, so public investments. Okay. Like we've already said, public investments remain one of the government's most effective instruments for stimulating economic growth, and that has already been highlighted. However, the full benefits of these investments can only be realized when they are strategically planned, efficiently managed, and well aligned to the national priorities. So the projects that you undertake at the local government need to be well aligned to the national priorities so that they can be able to maximize returns. In recognition of this and in line with the Public Investment Management Act as amended, Public Investment Management System was established as a mechanism for managing the entire project cycle. So in this case, government has in the previous years undertaken reforms which have largely focused on the central government, and we had not yet come to the local governments, and yet we recognize the importance of local governments in driving the growth agenda of government, and also as the key stakeholders in implementation of key public projects. So against that background, the ministry has developed guidelines to support you in managing the projects with the goal of ensuring consistency, improving quality of public investments, but also ensuring that we have greater returns to support the other economic growth strategies that we've already, my colleague has already highlighted. And the intention is largely to provide clear direction in appraisal and monitoring of projects, but also strengthen public investment management at the local government level. So the methodology we used, we did a needs assessment to document the existing procedures that you've currently been using, but also identify the strengths, gaps, and areas for improvement in regards to how you can manage your projects. We also undertook consultations with some local governments. I think in the West we did with the southwestern part of the country, and were able to document the existing local government processes, procedures, and structures in formulation and implementation of our projects. In these, we identified some common challenges in starting from the first stage of design and appraisal of projects. One of the challenges we identified was lack of systematic appraisal and documentation. A number of projects you undertake are never appraised, and there was no documentation. But also MDA designed projects are not aligned with the local practices. They are projects designed at the center, and then as the local governments, you are required to implement some of them. You've not been involved in the design. Again, at selection and budgeting, we realized that they are competing projects against limited resources, and therefore you tend to allocate really what we call spreading love. You want to give some little resources to every project, but also we realize there are political influences that outweigh technical decisions, and therefore you find the best projects are not selected. and then low standard costs compared to actual estimates as one of the other challenges. Again, at procurement and contract management, we realized lack of late start of procurement processes and limited capacity of contractors, but also we realized poor workmanship. And then operation and maintenance, we realized that some infrastructure is in disrepair state, and then facilities remaining unused after completion. You acquire assets, but they remain redundant, unused, and then lack of complementary amenities. So these challenges highlight the importance of really coming up with this reform to strengthen the local government public investment management. Again, these are part of the findings. I will skip this and the recommendations. Now, out of these consultations, we have proposed a local government public investment management cycle to improve the entire process. Now we have proposals on how we can do the project design and appraisal. This involves project planning activities, evaluating viability and documenting, determining implementation approach. Then also project selection and budgeting, which will involve choosing which investments to pursue and creating financial plans so that we select projects that have quick returns and that fit within the resources that we have. Then on procurement and contract management, we've also proposed some of the areas of improvement. And then operation and maintenance, we've also proposed areas for the day-to-day use and ensuring the project remains functional. The assets that you get through these projects should remain functional. And then also the ex-post evaluation, assessing impact, whether the project meets the original objectives. But also before you come up with the new interventions, we can also have lessons learned from the previous interventions to inform the design of any other new interventions. So in terms of the proposed institutional framework, we have proposed that departmental team prepares department projects, and then the already existing technical planning committee serves as the project preparation committee. At the center, we already have these project preparation committees at the MDA level. Each MDA has one. But because you already have a functional TPC, this will take on the role of project preparation committee. And then the district executive committee will function as the project review committee. And then standing committees of the council to act as the project approval committee. And then finally, the local government council gives the final approval as part of the annual budget process. This again mirrors what we have at the center. And then when it comes to execution, project implementation teams will be formulated to provide day-to-day oversight of contractors, and then also joint team of district executive committee, the TPC form project steering committee, and then also this project steering committee tracks progress against budgets, timelines, and performance indicators to ensure that if there is any deviation, these projects get back on track. So again, the proposed project design and appraisal process starts with identification, where the departmental teams identify projects based on demand and cost effectiveness based on strategic plans and presents to the TPC for approval. What are these strategic plans? The district development plans will form part of your strategic plans, but also alignment with the overall national plans, the tenfold growth strategy and the national development plan. And then profiling, which provides a basis for you to come up with a clear monitoring framework using the logical framework approach. We have proposed a template that you'll be able to use. Then appraisal will involve preparing project appraisal document that includes the technical, financial, social and environmental assessment and risk mapping. And then also land approvals, verify land ownership and obtain necessary permissions. And again, to note on this, if there isn't any evidence of land, then you'll not be required to make any investment on such land if you do not have evidence of ownership of that land. Then also record feasible projects in the local government development plan, the district development plan, and later on we shall equally create for you a module on a system which we call the integrated bank of projects, so that they are recorded there. Then budgeting process, complete the appraisal before entering the budgeting process and the program budgeting system. Enter project details into the PBS and then submit for the approval process. But also you need to display approved investments on the public notice boards at your respective administrative units, at the district, the city council headquarters, and any other administrative units. Then the proposed procurement and contract management, there is pre-qualification. Then procurement should start in July and ensure you complete this by the end of the first quarter. Bid evaluation, complete within 15 working days from bid opening. Contract signing, obtain necessary approvals from MDAs and the Solicitor General. Then implementation, project implementation team verifies and ensures that you have immediate execution. You start immediate execution after contracting. And then finally, closure. You need to, as part of closure, you need to ensure you rectified any defects. And of course, this will be part of contracting, where you put it within the contract, what would be the defect liability period, and then also monitoring of that. Then operation and maintenance. Operation, prepare and use project operation plans covering a financial year, then ensure complementary function amenities are available, but also provide adequate resources, including staffing, furniture and budget. So as you prepare your budgets for those projects that you know have already created assets which are going into operation, you need to provide for this. Control running costs and pay bills on time. And then also form facility user management committees to help oversee operations. And then in terms of maintenance, prepare maintenance schedules for regular servicing, include preventive, corrective, and predictive maintenance, but also document all maintenance activities as part of your project operations. Handle routine minor repairs at facility level, and then plan for major repairs at local government level. If there are any major repairs or major improvements, plan them at local government level. In terms of the ex post evaluation, the proposal is for you to undertake this evaluation to assess relevance, effectiveness, impact, coherence, efficiency, and sustainability in line with the best practice of evaluation, but also monitoring of project results. In terms of our conclusion, these guidelines is a key step towards ensuring that the public investment, public resources rather, are directed to the right priorities implemented efficiently and deliver tangible results to our communities, but also support the growth strategies that we've set as part of the economic management strategy. And then also following these consultative workshops, it is important to carry forward the shared commitment to strengthening planning, transparency, and accountability, ensuring that each shilling that we spend contributes to sustainable development and enhancement of service delivery for our citizens. In terms of our prayer, these are still draft guidelines, and therefore we expect that you do validate these guidelines and request support in providing input on the proposed local government guidelines, as well as their validation with a view to strengthening the framework for improved budgeting and enhanced service delivery. And for any comments, you can kindly reach us on this email, and we'll be able to incorporate them. And would appreciate if you have any sending through before the end of this consultative cycle, so that we can have them and eventually have the final guidelines that we shall later disseminate to you. I thank you for listening and wish you a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I hope we have detailed guidelines which we are going to give to the participants for them to refer to and then give us their feedback or inputs. Otherwise, thank you very much, and a big hand clap. You managed the time very well. Now, sorry about that. This has made my work a bit easy, because the next presentation is supposed to be done by me, but in the absence of John, who is supposed to be the minister, allow me take the podium, and I'm going to take a record of 10 minutes through this presentation, because most of the issues that I wanted to bring forward have been addressed by my colleagues here in their presentation. So planning for assets is why I am here. Now, we all know that the investment, the infrastructure that was being mentioned is part of the assets, and without infrastructure, we are not going to have our tenfold achieved. So, briefly, as part of the introduction, we know that we have undertaken very many reforms towards improving asset management in government, and allow me to say that we are emphasizing this time on capital expenditure budget. Why? Because we have realized, one, that our assets are not properly maintained even after their acquisition, and two, we have a lot of mischarges that go on during the implementation of our budgets. And at this juncture, allow me to ask planners who are here, by show of hands, for me to note that we are addressing the right people. Are the planners in this house? Because if I don't have planners here, then most likely I'm wasting my time. Yes, we have planners here. Do we have heads of departments here? Heads of departments here? Yes, so I'm talking to the right people. Now, I've been asked to communicate that you're making life difficult for the people who are implementing budgets in terms of budget execution for assets that are budgeted for. And the reason being that at the planning stage, we don't do proper harmonization of the budgets. So, who is moving my slides? I could be talking to myself. Please, the next one. Thank you. This presentation is focusing on management of assets at the planning stage and for budgeting purposes. The key areas to explore include how to properly plan and budget for the assets so that we avoid the mischarges that I talked about during the budget execution, having wrong classification for our assets, and also misinforming the readers during the reports that we prepare. We have asset plans that are supposed to be prepared. For your information, we are supposed to have a 5-year asset plan for what we are going to acquire, what we are going to dispose, and what we should maintain. So in other words, we are looking at these assets in a holistic manner and on a life cycle approach. So we have the Asset Management Framework Guidelines of October 2020. If you want this document, it is on the website of Finance. Please access it and look at the details of these plans that are supposed to be prepared. But importantly, I must emphasize on the annual asset management. Please fast forward to the annual asset management plan. Forward. This one. That one, you're supposed to prepare that plan annually, and it should be part of the budget that you submit. Look at your portfolio of assets, see what you need for the financial year that you're planning for, what you're going to maintain, and what you're going to dispose. We still have cases of undisposed assets that are lying in your backyards, that are lying with you, and please make sure you always have a plan to dispose these annually. When I look at the chart of accounts, it's one of the documents that the planners need to make friends with. Planners with the heads of departments, please make a friend with this document, because it will show you the categories under which you're supposed to properly budget for your assets. So we revised the chart of accounts to accommodate all the types and all the classes of assets. And the fact that we have clearly indicated, if you want to procure, there are codes for procurement, codes for additions, and also codes for maintenance. So with this, just move to the next there. First hold on there. So if we look at fixed assets, look at the 3.1 code. It will give you all the fixed assets that you have in there. Then the 3.1.2 will talk of acquisitions, while 3.1.3 will talk of major or overhaul improvement. I'm sure the planners know this. I don't want to bore the other people here that are not using this as their source document. So the detailed budgets are categorized there. If I talk of, for example, residential buildings acquisition, that's a full code. Residential buildings improvement, that's a full code. Please, you go and take note of these detailed codes so that you harmonize your budgets at the preparation. All expenditure directly attributable to acquisition of an asset should be budgeted for and charged on the respective asset codes in the 3.1.2 and the 3.1.3 series. That is now talking to maintenance. If we are talking of maintenance, we don't want to see any budget on the 3 series. Let's bring all the maintenance budgets on the 2 series, and also the details are provided. For if you want to maintain buildings, if you want to maintain transport equipment, machinery and equipment, all the maintenance must go on the 2 series. Now, when we are transacting, we have developed a standard item master. So move the slide, please. The standard item master is where we have defined all the items that are procurable. Okay? All items that you may think of being procured have been developed and they have been uploaded on the systems, both the PBS and IFMS. Why we want to communicate this is that in the next budget, it will be difficult for you, for example, to buy furniture under motor vehicles. In other words, we are going to lock the item master, especially starting with the assets, and that's capital, so that you will not be able to do mischarges. So that's why we want you to take very keen interest when you are budgeting. The current practice is that charging recurrent budget to procure assets, and this undermines automatic update of the asset registers. But using maintenance budgets to acquire new assets, like I said, you are budgeting also for assets not under your mandates. You find someone budgeting for classified expenditure when actually you're not a classified vote. And then also random selection of asset items from the item master that brings about some bit of irresponsibility in reporting. We have found people buying elephants on the system because they don't have time to consider and they analyze the item master. So once we have locked the item master, it is going to be extremely difficult for you. The common mistakes, I can leave for the responsible people to read, but also to include and tell you that next financial year we are locking the item master, so please take special interest when you are doing budgeting. I beg to end here. I know there are going to be very many issues coming out of this, but my target group, like I asked for, please take note. Thank you very much for listening. So, democracy. Do we go for the breakfast or we do the discussions? Show of hands, those who want us to discuss. Those who want us to go for breakfast. I think the breakfast people take it. I can ask again, for democracy purpose, who say we should go for breakfast? But there are so many who are indifferent. So do we go with the indifferent people? But anyway, let's have a short break. Then we come back. I know there are people who just straight here and might have not had breakfast. So let's try to keep time. 20 minutes, break.
peace, you give me purpose, my provider. And when my enemies surround me, got me tied up. When it you give me purpose, my provider. And when my enemies surround me, got me tied up. When they throw me in the pit inside the fire, you are my God and my King and my Father. Light to my path in the darkness, hope in my heart when they heart is falling. You reach out and call us. You're the lover of my soul, love is flawless. They don't understand my gardens. Keeping me high, I know they go low. Cause me, I know they solo. It's my gyre and I make my key. It's a man and he go. You are. You're my provider. You're my provider. You are. You're my provider. You're my provider. Yeah.
Colleagues, please let's settle down to resume the discussion. Colleagues, please, let's get in and get started with the business. The time that was allocated is well past. We need to try to catch up with the remaining minutes before we go to the second phase. And we need about 2 to 3 microphones which will be moved around, and we need Secretariat maybe to sponsor us 1 or 2 people to move around the microphones. There is So we request that your comments, observations, questions are as brief as it should be. And I'm going to make a request that you do a maximum of 2, minimum of 1, so that we try to keep time. And the microphones are on the floor. Please, you know we had several discussions before this. So it would be better to mention to whom your concern is directed to. The other colleagues who did the presentations maybe are preparing to come here, but you want me to change? Okay. So let's begin. I see a hand there. 2, 3. Oh. There are so many. Let's start with this side. Can we go with the line? Let's start with that line. If there's none, then come to the next line. There's a lady there, yes. Please, your name and to whom your comment is directed.
Thank you so much, our moderator for now. By name's Nyamaizi Alice, the Internal Auditor, Masindi Municipal Council. My issue is on the keynote address, item number 2, Roman numeral 4, on the unharmonized revenue systems and revenue sharing. On the revenue sharing, my issue is on the 30%, which is to be remitted from the municipal headquarters to the divisions. There was a saying, or there is a saying, that the remittance of 30% to the divisions was scrapped off. And this is being implemented in some of the municipal councils, whereby the divisions are being suffocated because they have to continue remitting the 25% and the 10% to the administrative units of LOC1 and LOC2, and yet they are not receiving the 30% from the headquarters. We didn't get any formal communication, but that is being implemented for now. Thank you. Okay, I submit.
Thank you. The minister has taken note, or the minister's representative. Second one there.
Thank you. Canon Sam Peter Yebale, the Municipal Education Officer, Masini Municipal Council. Mine is on planning for assets in the budget, more specifically on the maintenance of infrastructure. I wonder how much money should be put on a structure for it to be categorized under maintenance. Because, a case in point, I recently, with guidance of my council, renovated a classroom block at a cost of 87 million. And when it came to analysis of assets, this asset was categorized to be a new asset, and yet it is an asset I've just renovated using recurrent expenditure on 2 series. So I want guidance, because we are continuing to get this money on maintenance, and we have our dilapidated classrooms that we need to improve on. And when we use it, we have issues with Accountant General when it comes to preparations of final accounts.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't move to the next column. No, we are moving so that we come this side. Sorry about that. Anyone on this row or column? None. Move to the next, Tom. There is a hand there.
Protocol observed. I'm called Ngondre Posia Nokiza, DCDO Kagadi. My issue is on transport to extension workers, specifically CDOs and the agri or production extension workers. I request that you capture it as one of the silent issues to be addressed alongside the next financial year, so that the chairpersons who are monitoring the district, having got transport, also monitor people who are delivering without any excuse. I thank you.
Thank you for being brief. There was a hand here, Tom, before you proceed here.
Thank you, Chair. I have around 2. One would like to say thank you for the presentation, the Minister. And my concern is, I'd like to say thank you on the issue of transport for our political leaders, but also requesting that let us also think about the accounting officers so that we monitor effectively. They may not do it alone. Number 2, on page 3, the matter of inadequate funding and lack of road equipment, I wanted a clarification because we had a conflict between the cabinet and the ministry concerned on the circulars. They were not corresponding properly. We thought we could give us an updated circular so that we implement this directive properly. Also, I wanted this also to be clarified. The head of state says we are giving you money for roads. He's saying the money for bridges will come later. And you find you have a road where there is a bridge to cross and it relates with the other. I wish they could also add something so that really we implement, and at the end of the day, our people are served well. Lastly, on page 4, the upgrading of health center 2s and 3s, we are happy. The projects are going on well and they are put in money. But when it came to education, there is an issue of coding for HCM, our staff. They have recruited them, but the 2 ministries, that of health or that of education and public service, there's a little delay on giving us a code so that they are there and then we access them on the payroll.
Very well noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olivia Nabukenya for DNRO, Masin District Local Government. Keynote address, page 4, Romani number 3. We're talking about service delivery. We have representatives at sub-county level, all departments, but natural resources is really wanting. We've been airing out this once every time. Minister of Environment is here, Minister of Local Government is here. Whenever we engage them, they say we are going to engage Minister of Finance. Now that all of you are here, can we think about having natural resources staff at sub-county level? Then our first presenter, she talked about climate change mitigation, and in this, she talked about irrigation. But how are we going to look at irrigation when we've not looked at the source? We need to look at ecosystem conservation and restoration. Then we can, we have sustainable water production for irrigation. Thank you.
Thank you. That one, then we go this side to conclude.
Thank you, moderator. My name's Dr. Namba Joproskovia, Head of Production Department, Masinde Municipality. My issue is on the keynote address, number 9, where they said that we have inadequate extension services. This is true because now when they told us to select CBFs, community-based facilitators, those people, we selected them. Each circle has 2 community-based facilitators, but they are not facilitated. According to the guidelines, they told us that they should get their facilitation from the commission when the service providers bring the items for the PDM beneficiaries. But when the PDM beneficiaries get their money, they just go and find any buyer. They don't bring the money to the circle such that these people can get their commission. So I'm requesting that the CBFs should also be considered. They should be given for facilitation, and they should also be given transport, because there is no way how they can deliver extension services to the PDM beneficiaries.
Okay,
Thank you
we
very
shall
much.
get an indicator here.
Thank you, Session Chair. Richard Rwabuhinga, Chairperson Kabarole. On the keynote address, on page 2, Roman number 4, unharmonized revenue systems and revenue sharing, sir, I note the delays in remitting this revenue to the local governments. Just this quarter, which is ending, I think if we received revenue for this quarter, it should be I think we received the debt last week. 16 days to the end of the quarter, and I think this is a huge disservice to the local governments. I pray through you, sir, the Honorable Minister and the PSST, that this issue is addressed. Because when we delay to get the revenue, it late to make council sit, and we cannot deliver on our policy direction as local governments. So I pray that this situation improves. Related to this is the issue of reporting. We had worked on that last financial year, and reporting was done in the first quarter, if I'm not mistaken. But the monies that are to be reported up to now, we have not received their communication about the direction, and this poses a challenge. I pray that we again improve like we did last financial year. Finally, Chair, is the issue of the transitional grant to the districts that gave birth to cities. The last financial year, a provision of 1 billion was made for the 10 districts that gave birth to cities, and actually construction work started in most of these districts for their headquarters. But now in this financial running, that code was deleted, was scrapped. Now you look at a building that is moving halfway, but now without funding for this financial, and certainly we shall not realize value for money in this direction. I pray that as we plan for next financial year, and if there is an opportunity in this current financial year, let us have that code restated so that these districts complete their structures, they are able to leave the cities and move to their new locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we first attend to these, then we come back. You have two? How many do you have? One? If you have one, it's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being so merciful. I happen to be Chibuka, Francis Bazigatirao, Amoti Nzigatidewan. I happen to be the representative of General Dr. Yoeli Tibavura Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, also Chairman NRM, also Chairman in NAMO and G77 plus China.
The second issue, or we are past
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I happened to have an opportunity of being a delegate of government to Tanzania when we were benchmarking on mineral development. We went there for a good purpose, to make sure that mineral in Uganda become also something that is viable, that can fetch money for the government. But what we are seeing after our long journey, and we have been here for some years since we came back, we are seeing losing out. Even oil, we are not yet sure what will come from there.
I hope the report was shared.
Let me tell you this from here. I attended the Munyonyo National Budget Conference. When I raised it, they said, no, we are coming to regional workshops. This is one of them you talked about. We want to tell us the plan of Ministry of Mineral Development of the common market for the minerals, whereby in Tanzania, they have only one center for gold, for tin, whatever. They bring them to one market, and they verify, they sell from there, and the money is shared from that point. Everybody goes without complaint. But in Uganda, we hear it is smuggling all over. When can we implement that good arrangement of Tanzania? That is my concern. If we don't raise it, if I die and I'm in a coffin, I will never come back to tell you that. Why don't we try as Tanzania? We went there purposely to learn, and we spent a lot of money.
Imagine.
Over that. Thank you.
Thank you
Other
very
issues
much.
will come.
Thank you very much. And relatedly, I heard the president say he stopped people from taking out minerals, and they all came and they put up refineries here. So I don't know if that was part of the report recommendations that came through. But we have one last one, and then as John prepares to respond, take to the gentleman. One, please don't make them 3 in 1.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm called Kagaba Constant, physical planner, Kagadi. Mine is about inadequate funding, especially on project implementation, these center projects, whenever they come, they lack, when we assess those projects, because they are supposed to undergo plan approvals, but whenever they are assessed, we are informed that taxes for payment of approvals is never budgeted for. So we find that those projects cannot pay the dues for plan approvals. So I would suggest that the onward budgeting, those projects that come from the center, like schools, health centers, whenever it's time for implementation, on their budgeting, they should involve money for payment for plan approvals, those revenues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from Ministry of Energy? John, do we have a representative from Ministry of Energy, or maybe the decision was made late? So let me welcome John, who has the greatest number of issues to do his clarifications and responses.
Thank you. As said, Mr. Tavaro, there are issues that also that relate to the MDAs that are here, the MDAs, so they can chip in first. One is local government. Do we have, what is the local government representative? You are here? There is an issue to do with the sharing, harmonization of the sharing of the revenues with the divisions, center, rather, local government and lower local governments. I expect you to have issued guidelines on this. Can you clarify? There are proper guidelines that the local government should follow. Because they are saying contradicting. Have you changed? Give them the mic. Contradictions. Have you changed the guidelines?
Thank you, Chair. The guidelines haven't changed, and the law neither has been amended in regard to revenue sharing. But for the local government that is in concern, probably we take it up and find out why they are doing so. So as far as the Minister knows, that the regulations and also the Local Government Act set out clearly how revenue should be shared, more so from the higher local government to lower government. So if there's any discrepancy that has been brought up, like it Masindi municipality, we need to take it up and we find out what is the cause. Thank you.
The next, do we have Minister of Health? Minister of Health? Maintenance of health facilities, especially those that have been constructed under the World Bank funding. Where is the money for maintenance in your budgets? Okay, can you clarify on that? Maintenance of these facilities.
Thank you, Chair. The maintenance of the fact that UGIFT is exiting, there is money in the budget under transitional ad hoc. But in the meantime, what we are focusing on is completion of the facilities that have already started. There will be no new constructions next financial year under UGIFT. The funds that will be availed under the transitional ad hoc, the money will be availed, and we are now sending it to the UPDF. So the Health Infrastructure Department follows up with UPDF to ensure that these facilities are constructed. Though there are delays of UPDF going on site, because sometimes you find the scope is too big, and the UPDF delays because the releases are coming quarterly. So maybe around Q4, that's when they can start. Thank you, Chair. Maybe that one can support.
For the issue of maintenance, whether Egypt ends or not, as a government, we have to provide the money for maintaining the structures constructed under Egypt.
Yes, they are. Okay. Yes, Chair. There are funds under the formula-based development grant, and all the local governments receive maybe they can say it is insufficient, but it is there for maintenance of the infrastructure, and they should also spare a percentage, at least 20% for maintenance of equipment and procurement of medical equipment. Thank you.
Okay. The same goes to Commissioner Education. The school that we have constructed under Egypt, where is the money for maintenance, operation, or an aim?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Regarding the U-Gift seed schools have constructed all over the country, we have a budget provision for operations and maintenance. But Chair, you will note that last financial year, the money which was sent to the local governments, close to 135 billion, we requested local governments to prioritize fencing of the seed schools because it was so urgent, and for local government that complied, this meant that they had less money for maintenance. But this was as a result of the need to secure the facility. The feedback we are getting is that the compliance levels were around 40%. Many local governments never adhered to our request to prioritize the fencing of the seed schools, which continues to be one of the pressing needs that we need to focus on as we move ahead. Chair, I wanted also to mention on this one, regarding my brother from Masindi Municipal Council, the audit query has been getting, I know those from who are managing the assets will provide an answer. But for us in the Ministry of Education, the moment the cost for rehabilitation goes beyond 40% the cost of putting up a new facility, that one is classified. I'm not an engineer, but we are actually rebuilding. It is a rebuild. And therefore, Auditor General or Accountant General is right in classifying where you have spent 87 million rehabilitating a classroom. Because I was looking at the indicative costs. A 20 classroom, the indicative cost from the Ministry of Education is around 135 million. For the islands, around 160 million. You have already bypassed the 40% threshold. So Accountant General is very correct to classify this as a new structure, which means that the money which was meant for maintenance is not maintaining. And as you have submitted, the money is for maintenance, but you are rehabilitating. And this one has a reason, as per the last budget conferences, you raised that issue, that the SFG facilities had been there for a very long time, and many of them actually needed rehabilitation, not maintenance, because they had depreciated beyond the level of maintenance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see Tawaro. You can also chip in on the categorization of these assets.
Chair, thank you. Actually, I need to build from his submission that even despite the percentage, the 40%, you need to look at what you're doing. Are you improving the condition of this existing classroom? For example, if you are putting in, it didn't have windows and you are putting in windows, you're actually enhancing this structure. And I can imagine the cost will not be as small as any cost that would be for maintenance. So we are saying in the asset register, for example, you already have this building, but you are improving its condition and state. So what you need to do is you are budgeting to improve. And we have provided that in the chart of accounts. So there is acquire for new, but improve also for existing, and maintain also for what is existing. So if you realize that this amount you are going to spend is actually for improving the condition and state of the structure, then don't budget for it under acquire. Because when you are going to spend, it will ask you to buy a new build or to build a new building. But while you are going to improve on the already existing building. So that's what you should do. So I imagine we are correct to tell you that no, this money that you put under recurrent is supposed to to do an improvement on the existing asset or to acquire a new asset. Thank you.
Thank you. The next issue is on I need updated circular. This is which area? The circular on an updated circular to provide proper clarification. This came from contradicting circulars. I think on the equipment. On the 1 billion. The issue of the 1 billion that was provided for road works. Are you here? Because they said the Minister of Local Government was giving a circular, then works by then road fund, but there was a circular that was issued to clarify all this. Engineer, can you, Reagan, can you clarify on this? The final circular indicates that this money should be used for road maintenance.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ronald Reagan Namanya, Minister of Works and Transport. Chair, we used the circulars and other instruments to come up with guidelines on the implementation of the Ministry of Works road maintenance grant, which originally was rehabilitation. And that the guidelines are clear, only that there were concerns, Chair, the concerns relating to lack of operational funds, which we took note, and also the ceiling of the 10% on equipment maintenance. Chair, what I can share with the meeting is that we are writing to Cabinet to revise especially 3 things. 1, the allocation formula in terms of having bigger districts, smaller districts, and other constituencies receiving the same amount. 2nd, to raise the 10% to 15% to maintain the equipment, and also propose a 5% to be operational, to support with operational budget. So, Chair, we have the guidelines, they are set, but we are writing to Cabinet to have them improved. Chair, that's what I can communicate for now.
There was also an issue of roads versus bridges.
Oh, yes, there was an issue of bridges. Chair, let me let the meeting know that our budget for bridges is actually limited. We had about 19 billion to look after the entire section of bridges. But the good news, we are finalizing a project with the World Bank, and we are going to construct about 100 bridges on the district, urban, and community access network. So let's be patient, and we should be able to engage you on those critical bridges that we can support with this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Adam, this issue of having the structure of a natural resource officer at the lower local government, can you provide some hint on this? Adam Public Service? Yeah. Where's the mic? We need another mic in the other side so that you don't move a lot. We need another person.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is true, at lower levels, natural resources is lean. But, Mr. Chair, I would like to report that the Ministry of Public Service is planning to carry out a comprehensive review of structures of all local governments. As soon as we finish this rationalization, then we shall embark on reviewing the structures of local government. Maybe, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would also like to respond to the issue which was raised concerning delay in coding.
CM, yes.
Yes? Yes. Yeah, one member raised it. From where? Kawarore, the district. Did the RR and HR attend the meeting, harmonization meeting we had, or they have not yet attended? Because we remember that issue was discussed, we said we rely on submissions from Ministry of Education and Sports. So whenever they request us to code, we code immediately without any delay. And I remember members who were in that meeting, we told them that in case there are those whose schools had not been coded, they would contact us before they left. Yeah. So whoever has a school that is not yet coded, you can tell your people, send the letter they wrote to Ministry of Education, we shall go with it and handle immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Adam. There is an issue of extension, facilitation of staff that do provide service to local government, extension. I remember government finance provided additional money to facilitate these people. Yes, it might not be enough, but are they being supervised? Are they doing their work? In many places, I know they are not seen. They remain at the headquarters. Maif, the supervisor, where are you? Do we have Maif? Yes, these people who are not supervised, it seems. Getting an extension worker is very difficult, it's like water in the desert. Yet they are paid salaries, we provided facilitation. What could be the challenge?
Thank you, Chair. Once again, my name is Navasa Medad from Maif. Chair, you're very right. The salaries for these extension workers, them being scientists, their salaries were enhanced. And on top of that, we centralized the grants, 2 grants of them, PMG and extension grant. It is quite difficult for the center to directly supervise these people, it being that there are so many districts. So this role of direct supervision is centralized to the local governments, to the district. They have a production officer who was well facilitated with a pickup, and also provided some motorcycles on top of that. So we expect the primary supervision starts with the district local governments. They have the means and they have the facilitation in terms of grants. So they'll be the ones to answer, where is the problem? Where is the challenge of supervising these extension workers? Because for us, we come in as a secondary level of supervision. We cannot supervise all the 4,000 extension workers at a go. We have to be hearing from the district production officers and his counterparts in the different sectors of the sector.
Thank you. The same also goes for the commercial officers. We have already been informed that these people work, now it's like they have been captured under PDM. They only work for PDM where they are facilitated. Other than that, they are idle. The local government does not, you don't facilitate them. They have no grant. They always call themselves, they were what? Orphans? That, yes, Ministry of Trade has started with small, meager allocation. This issue has been discussed at our top management level there, and we're going to discuss with Ministry of Trade to ensure that facilitation is provided come next financial year for these commercial officers, so that a small grant can also be accessed to facilitate their operations. Especially with PDM now, we need them to be on the ground full time. Okay? Yeah, we are going to discuss with the Ministry of Trade and see how much the implication of this, and then this is the beginning of the budget process. We will be updated accordingly. There was a mention of delays in levy. Is it? This is local revenue remittances. I think this one is no longer delaying, Richard. Huh? This money is raised within the same week when the money is sent to the treasury. Mm-hmm. You receive as and when you deposit the money. If it is local revenue, I don't think there is still delay in the process of accessing and processing local revenues. But for those who remitted, to the consolidated fund toward the end of the financial and the year closed before you received the money, of course now that will require the supplementary. We are working on that. We are in touch with the Accountant General side to ascertain the amount. Because some of you don't separate, you just write a letter saying money returned to the consolidated fund at the end of the financial year. You didn't tell us of this money, how much was local revenue, how much was UGIFT, how much was the other donor funds. So we have written to our Accountant General to give us the separation, then a separation, and then we do a supplementary to cater for this money. You know, once the financial year has ended, it's no longer your money. We have to request for it again to be appropriated to your budget. And we even did a letter to this effect, requesting all those that returned the UGIFT money. There was a letter, and very few people, I think, very few votes local governments have submitted. Agre, do you know the figure, the total so far? Is it 19 or something? No, UGIFT returned money. We are working on the supplementary. Once we get full submission, then the target is to ensure that this money comes in Q2 so far. But not all local governments have submitted. We're still waiting for those who have delayed. So, of course, our intention is that to make sure this money comes back to you and you complete the pending works. You must complete these projects as planned for. We talked about UGIFT ending by December, because it was extended from June to December to enable it to complete the works. This is the period. So, yes, in Q1, development budget was not released. But in Q2, the money is going to be released and ensure that you fast track, you complete these projects within the UGIFT period. UGIFT 2 negotiations are about to start, but we still need to wind up properly before we talk of having a successor program UGIFT 2. We need to close properly with all the infrastructures completed, operationalized, staff in place within this remaining period. Now that is revoting, that is, we have talked about it. The money for the cities. We have also received information on this. The cities that replace local governments, 1 billion that was provided is not sufficient, but also we need to look at this, the standard structure. Some local governments are putting up like parliaments, others storage, 3-storage. Who gives you the structure? Minister of local government works. There are those who will never finish because they are building like university headquarters. The structures have been moving around. Variation is too much. Because if you said you also use your local revenue, which does not grow, you keep saying the structure can't move, 1 billion cannot even move out of the what? The foundation. We need to look at this, the standards. Others say the materials are expensive based on their location, where those your headquarters are, all that. But we are working on this, working with the Minister of Local Government to see how, and you'll be, of course, informed on the way forward, how much resources we can access, and whether to stop those who have not started, to first hold on until we finalize these structures. First, under transitional grant, the money is little. The money is little, which you only take that window of the transitional grant. Okay? But we are looking at it. At a later date, we will communicate to you the decision the government will have made as far as construction of the headquarters, especially for those affected by creation of the cities and shifting the local governments. We are taking it up. Okay?
I got some news for the representative of the president, though I didn't pick all the other titles. But, sir, I am happy to announce to you that there is a team of Ministry of Energy in the field, and they are putting structures that can host mineral markets. This team is in the field. And also, they have planned for sensitization workshops that will be taking off. And there is also finalization of regulations, which were not in place for mineral markets. And I'm told also these, in addition to these regulations, these are meant to regulate operations of the markets, while a budget of about 17 billion in the current year under the energy is meant to address these interventions. So really, your visit was not in vain. All these are recommendations from you, and the ministry is taking. Yes, so very soon they'll be coming to you, and we appreciate that. Thank you. So, John, are there any other issues to address to this? Because we are really doing bad in terms of time, and maybe the rest we can address during the parallel discussions. And those that have any other issues, we are all still around to address, and Secretariat is picking those that are to be addressed away from here. So at this juncture, I would like to hand over the session. I had challenges managing this session with time, but I'm glad that I'm handing over, and I hope the person who takes over can be able to do better in terms of time. So I'm told the next session is supposed to be chaired by district leader, and we are looking at a chairperson LC5 of Chibale, if he's in the house. Chairperson LC5 Chibale. Yes. So you come and take the chairship, not the chair, but the chairship. Thank you, and thank you for supporting me, people. At least I've handed over, and peacefully. The transition is peaceful.
Join me again to thank the current chair, Richard Tabalo, and the team of facilitators that presented this morning. Thank you very much. So the next session, as we have indicated, is going to be chaired by the chair, Chibale District. And as per the program, we are starting with NPA presentation. Are you ready? In that order, NPA first. So Chair, you are welcome. I hand over to you, sir.
Thank you. Dear participants, good afternoon. I'm Godfrey Muhong Kasanga, the chairperson of LC5 Chibale. I'm going to be the session chair for this session. And of course, for those people who are going to be presenting, let us mind about time. So let me request the first one to come, NPA.
How we can improve the implementation of NDP4 at local government level. I will take you through the introduction. We shall look at our local government development plan is, how are we performing. We shall look at the key consequences for those who haven't submitted. We shall look at the physical development plan. We shall look at the population issues, and lastly, we shall look at the implementation, coordination, and reporting. Next. Colleagues, as you are aware, this NDP4 has been approved as the fourth in a series of 6 national development plans aimed at achieving our Vision 2040. It is the first of the 3 5-year plans targeting to achieve the 10-fold growth strategy with the aim to grow our economy from 53.7 billion US dollars, taking the baseline to be year 2023/2024 to 500 billion US dollars by the year 2040. The NDP4 focuses on the ATMs, and my colleagues have elaborated more on the ATMs. Next. So as is provided by law and in the planning call circular, all local governments were supposed to have submitted their final development plans to NPA by 31st of March this year. Unfortunately, Chair, as we talk now, some local governments haven't submitted their plans to NPA, implying that they are implementing outside the approved National Development Plan 4. We advise local governments to complete their plans and also ensure the inclusion of the WUSMID projects, especially to our 11 cities, including the KCCA, talk about all the municipalities and the refugee hosting districts. So if you fall under this category, your local government development plan will not be approved, minus catering for all these WUSMID projects. So as it stands, only 25 out of the 176 local governments submitted their draft plans to NPA. They received the comments from us. They incorporated those comments, resubmitted their plans, and their plans were approved or recommended for approval. 75 local governments received the comments from NPA, and they are still incorporating the comments, implying that they haven't resubmitted the improved versions of their plans. Then 48 local governments resubmitted and they are under review. Then we have the 20 local governments that resubmitted for the second time, still under review. But we have these 8 local governments that have no draft local government development plans. I don't know if I say good enough. We don't have any from this region because Mitoma submitted on Friday. We had only Mitoma from the Western region that had not submitted the plan, but at least they complied by Friday and they submitted. So, those are the local governments. We have to support these local governments. We shouldn't jubilate that since we don't have any from West, we are better off. Remember, we have same goals, and we have one vision. And to achieve even the 10-fold growth strategy, we must move as a unit. So we have Uvugweri, Sinebusoga, Butevo, Buvuma, Gomba, Kalungu, Kiboga, Lugazemusi, and Ruuka district, mostly from eastern part of the country and central. Now, what are the consequences for non-submission? NPA will not issue the certificate of approval to these local governments. That's one. NPA will flag non-compliant local governments to the Ministry of Local Government and to our mother Ministry of Finance for corrective administrative action, including enhanced oversight and accountability measures. We shall not provide technical support beyond November 15th this year to these local governments. And we shall not be even inviting them in our workshops. Non-compliant local governments will be highlighted in the national performance reports, creating reputation risks and signaling underperformance in service delivery. Let us talk about now the physical development plans. We expect you to develop your physical development plans, and these plans must be aligned to the national physical plan. But we are not doing well, as you can see the statistics. At least we have the approved national physical development plan. At the regional level, we have 2 out of 6. Check here. We have 2 out of 6. At the municipality level, we have 17 out of 31. At the state level, we have 3 out of the 11. At the district level, we have only 58 approved physical development plans out of the 135. And at the town council level, we have how many? Okay, at the district,
58.
I beg your pardon, at the district we have only 18. And at the town councils we have 58. At the sub-county level, we have 342 out of the 2,148. So going forward, we need to fast track the finalization of our local government development plans. We need to strengthen integration of physical and economic plans. We have to develop the physical development plans and provide detailed implementation. Talk about training enforcement officers where they do exist. We need to strengthen the collaboration and management with the communities in physical planning. Then we have to implement the existing physical development plans. After developing them, then we must ensure that we implement. Next. Now let us talk about population. Our population size is not the problem to our economy, but the rate at which it's growing, average at 2.9. This is as a result of our high fertility. Our ladies are fertile, we thank our God. Talk about the high teenager pregnancies, the low education, talk about low family planning use, mindset, people prefer many to quality. And as a result, we have the high dependence ratio, talk about unfavorable population age structure. Next. So going forward, we have to integrate the population issues into planning, budgeting, and implementation. We have to cater for the youth, talk about the children, talk about the old people, talk about people with disabilities, talk about the ethnic minority groups. Next. Now, last, let me talk about implementation, coordination, and reporting. So we came up with a guiding framework that I'm going to display. But it's not a must that you should follow that guiding framework. You can adjust it. You can customize it to fit into your local government context. So, first go up. So regarding program implementation, at the local government level, the HODs will prepare program reports, which they will then send to the heads of the technical clusters. We have 6 clusters, as you will see. And a copy to the head of the technical cluster. Then the program reports will be discussed in the technical planning committees. And the recommendation is made to the executive committee and sector committees, and finally to the council for approval. You as the technical officers, you don't have the powers to approve. Next. Next. So, in the first column, we have the clusters, the 6 clusters. In the second column, we have the overall political head. And the overall political head is supposed to report progress of implementation to the district council or municipal or city council. Then we have the overall technical head for each cluster. And this head is supposed to coordinate the implementation of the program activities. You can call them actions in the PIAPs. Talk about planning, prioritization, budgeting, execution, and results reporting. Then in the last column, we have now the what? The departments. For example, in the first category, we have how many programs? Let me open here. So in the first category, we have transport, we have technological transfer, and we have sustainable urbanization and housing under the first cluster. This cluster is headed by the Secretary Works and Technical Services is the political head. Under technical is headed by the district engineer. The departments under this, we have roads and engineering, we have natural resources, water department, administration, health, and education. In the second category, we have human capital development, including mindset change. We have only one program under this cluster. It's headed politically by the Secretary of Social Services. That is health, education, community development. Technically, it's headed by the district education officer. We expect the following departments under this category. We have education department, health department.
Members, I'm guiding. I think we have these copies. The one is highlighting on. And almost the things are the same. I'm giving you more 2 minutes to evaluate your submission.
Okay. So we have 6 clusters. Go through the 6 clusters. We have the political heads under each cluster. We have the technical heads under each cluster. Then the departments under each cluster, but you can revise accordingly. So take me to the last slide. Going forward now, each program working group will identify key outputs and program performance targets, both annually and in the midterm reviews. Then we expect you to examine and review program-related progress and plans, reviewing past performance, emerging issues, and future areas for improvement, undertake monitoring and assessment of program implementation, examining progress-based program outcomes and interventions, and lastly, monitor the performance of key broad strategies under the program and submit biannual reports to the council and the other authorities on the functionality and compliance of their program working groups. And lastly, resolve strategic, emerging, and cross-institutional issues impending program implementation. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much for your submission. Dear participants, as we are going forward, you be taking note. We shall be having time for discussion on these submissions. Let me request another That is from representative from the local government. Is going to submit on issues affecting service delivery in local government and input into the Uganda Intergovernmental Physical Transfer Successor Program. You are most welcome. And let us mind about the use of time. We are behind schedule.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that 2.5 hours ago, Secretariat received my presentation on Tom.Kajungu at Finance. No, that's not the one.
It is for the local government.
For the local governments. No, I don't have a hard copy. Sontom.Kajungu at finance.go. Some 3 hours ago. Thank you, Chair. I'm Aweje Andrew, the Chief Administrative Officer for Kakumiro, representing the local governments under this cluster. It's unfortunate that our Chair, our presentation will be based on the following approach. We will provide our understanding of the best practices in local government, service delivery. We will also look at key investments that have supported local government to improve service delivery. We shall also share information to the effect that the local government share of the national budget is not fully informed by the costed service delivery standards which were issued by Government of Uganda in August 2023. We shall also look at the key issues affecting service delivery-based standard practices tested against health, roads, education, production. For lack of time, we shall only concentrate on that one. And then we shall make proposals for interventions to eliminate the barriers. Our understanding of best practices in local government service delivery is based on the application of clear and measurable service standards, which are already provided for under the costed standard delivery services for local governments, which were issued by the Ministry of Public Service in August. We also understand that best practices include active engagement of citizens in informing these same service delivery standards, also getting involved in implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of service delivery. We further understand best practices as effective performance management through the use of systems, business processes, and solutions that ensure task on time and delivery of high quality services by duty bearers. We believe that also best practices include leveraging on existing partnerships in the private sector and civil society to fill service delivery gaps. And lastly, we believe that best practices include continuous performance improvement through capacity building of staff, political leaders, and those incumbents in appropriate oversight organs, including appropriate retooling. it will not be good really to continue without showing what is there, because people will not follow properly. And this is the gist of the matter regarding this local government consultative budget workshop. So can you, Chair, can you give me just 1 minute so that they, thank you.
IT section.
I don't know. Chair, I want to start with the health sector. There's no way I can send by flash. Maybe WhatsApp? There's no provision for the flash. There's no provision for the flash. WhatsApp? Okay, thank you.
Members, what is your view if we could first proceed with the civil society organizations as the organizing themselves? You are done? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe we are all now seeing what I'm presenting. I'll run to slide number 4. That's where I've reached. Slide number 4. Chair, I want to start with the health sector infrastructure against the standards provided by government of Uganda. We are expected to have a health center 3 at all lower local governments, handling outpatient, curative, maternity, and inpatient services, with a catchment population of 20,000 people. And it's supposed to have at least 8 beds in maternity, 4 in children wards, 4 in female, 3 for male. It's supposed to have a mortuary, placenta pit, medical waste pit, latrines, and staff houses, 14 units. That's what is in the standard, costed standard. And then we are supposed to have obstetric ultrasound scan. So that is the standard for every health center 3. We are also supposed to have a health center 4 with, in addition to what is at health center 3, we are supposed to have operating theater, a drug store, and an ultrasound scan, and including also blood transfusion, cesarean sections, and life-saving surgical operations provided at that level. Now, the catchment area, according to the standard there, go to slide 5, is 100,000 people. The other standard is the general hospital. We are supposed to have a general hospital for a catchment population of 500,000 people. This has specialized services, especially in gynae and obstetrics, surgery, pediatrics, with around 100 and to 200 beds. And we are supposed to have a radiology unit. Those are the standards which are expected for us to deliver as government. We appreciate, next slide please, 7. We appreciate the interventions by government of Uganda in light of improving the infrastructure at these levels, Health Center 3, Health Center 4, and general hospitals. I'll give those examples. However, when you go to the next slide, 8, we have challenges to achieving this. And one of the challenges is delayed projects completion due to unrealistic lotting under the UGIFT hybrid procurement. We had unrealistic lotting where contractors had multiple sites and they delayed. The other challenge is inadequate budgets to allow for construction of all the required infrastructure at Health Center 3. You remember the standard, we are supposed to have 14 staff housing units, but we have not achieved this. We are supposed to have a mortuary, we have not put this one there. So there are gaps because of inadequate resources. And we are supposed to have ultrasound scan at Health Center 3. We have not been able to achieve this standard. The other challenge which we have are the design omissions, especially for UGIFT projects, where you find small washrooms, you can't even enter, you have to bend, where you find that there are waterborne closets, but there is no septic tank provided in the design. So those were challenges which we faced. Then inadequate budget provision. Some local governments still have gaps in health center 3s and 4s and general hospitals. Some sub-counties don't have health center 3s. Some districts with catchment population of 200,000 don't have the health center 4s. And some districts with a catchment population of 500,000 do not have a general hospital. So there's still that gap. And the gap is even bigger with the traditional health facilities, which were constructed some years ago. The infrastructure has gone down. Next slide. You can see the delayed projects. Next slide. Yeah. You can see some of the challenges we have because of the infrastructure gaps. Very congested maternity ward. And later on, I will show you what the clients are actually talking about this. Our proposed intervention are the following relating to health infrastructure. Next. Yeah. We propose that based on the health infrastructure gap analysis, a provision for construction and equipping of new health center 3s, upgrading of health center 2s, and infrastructure improvement of traditional health center 3s, health center 4s, and general hospitals be included in the UGIFT successor project. We also recommend that joint procurement quality assurance be enhanced to ensure error-free architecture designs and bills of quantities for planned health infrastructure projects. This was alluded to by the presentation on the project implementation management cycle. There are other areas where we have to look at. Next slide. Medical equipment and transport logistics. Next slide, please. The health services delivery standards require the availability of key medical equipment specific to the service area. Government has revised the PHC development group to allow for maintenance, about 20% maintenance of medical equipment and the procurement of small equipment. We acknowledge that government has tried to provide medical equipment. You can see a spacious labor ward for newly constructed health center 3s. However, government has also, next slide, government has also, through vigorous lobbying, provided some other equipment for the old health facilities, like health center 4s. We have received operating tables, we have received anesthesia machines, but for old health facilities. We appreciate this and we acknowledge that. This one has also improved our service delivery. Also, government has provided ambulances for health sub-districts. However, we still have a gap in the transport logistics. Next slide, please. The regional referral hospitals, that is Hoima Regional Referral and Fort Portal Regional Referral, they are highly constrained in terms of the budget for maintenance of these equipments. Even the traditional health center 4s, 3s, and general hospitals have a huge medical equipment gap whose replacement cannot be catered for under the 20% allowed under the PS grants. Many health sub-districts still have no ambulances. We recommend as follows: that we enhance the equipment maintenance budget of regional referral hospitals, that is Hoima and Fort Portal, to ensure sustained maintenance of major medical equipment in the regions. Provision for construction of and equipping of traditional health centers, as I've alluded to, will be able also to give us the state-of-the-art medical equipment. And then we suggest that we enhance the PHC non-wage grant for health sub-district facilities to provide for a minimum of 15 million for a year for operation and maintenance of the ambulances. For financial 2025-26, resources be available to procure an ambulance for all health sub-district facilities and general hospitals without one. So those are our recommendations under medical equipment and transport logistics. Next slide, medicines and health supplies, standards versus actual. When you look at the health medical supplies budget, it is still inadequate. For example, when you look at Kakumiro, we have 1.1 billion against a population of 428,000, giving a health supplies per capita of 2,500 shillings per year, against the recommended 62,900 shillings. That is the scenario right now. When you look at this per capita, health supplies per capita, which is low, it explains why we get drug stockouts and we request patients sometimes to go and buy from outside pharmacies in order to be attended to at the district hospitals or health facilities. We recommend as follows. Next slide, 22. Slide 22. We recommend as follows that we enhance local government medicines and health supplies for financial 2026-2027 budget to meet the demands of high quality standard of health care. And we also recommend that the medicines and health supplies budget allocation should also take into account the patient load of the health facilities. The next best practice is citizen engagement and client feedback. We believe that this one has enabled us to improve on the service delivery. When you look at what I downloaded from, next slide, 24. When you look at what I downloaded from the client feedback online system, it shows that there is some level of satisfaction in terms of the deep greens related to those service areas. When you look at the level of satisfaction in 2024, next slide, 2024, it was bad. That's when the system had been introduced. Red shows bad. I don't know why the color is like that. It was very bad. But when you go to 2025, next slide, 2025, there is an improvement. Heads of facilities have drawn lessons from the feedback from clients in 2024 to improve the service delivery areas. Now, when you go to slide 2027, you can see the clients, slide 2027, please. You can see the clients giving us information as to why they are dissatisfied. And this is in the Bunyoro region. The dissatisfaction comes largely from medicine availability. Medicines are not available. falling back to the other medicine budget of 2,500 shillings per capita. And then they are also talking about privacy. It is dissatisfying because of, especially health center fours, because the spaces are still small, and they are also talking about access of medical information and also talking about provision of services. So those are the clients who visit our hospitals, what they talk about. And they also make, they also give areas for improvement. Next slide. The areas for improvement are given by the clients themselves. They say either improve on the space, supply more drugs, make nurses available, increase on more medical officers. So we draw lessons from this and factor them back into the service delivery centers. We recommend as follows, based on that. We should provide sustainable budgetary provisions and build user-friendly systems to mainstream and deepen the use of the client satisfaction feedback platforms in all sales center fours by all clients during and after receiving a service. When a client enters, should be able to make a comment on what is delivered until the client goes out. We should make a budgetary provisions for sensitizing of citizens and community leaders on their roles in monitoring service delivery and holding duty bearers accountable. Those are the recommendations. And then the last recommendations, the government should incentivize integration of routine client feedback on routine service delivery for immediate corrective action. Performance management. Next slide, please. On performance management, I want to make reference to the revised staffing structures of 2023, which were based on workload analysis, competence analysis, and structural cost and benefit analysis. Those structures provided at a health center 3, 55 staff at a total wage cost of 1,184,000,000. That is, this is not me, this is the costed service delivery standard of Uganda. They also provided 130 staff at Health Center 4. Those are the structures. And they provide 343 staff at the General Hospital with that wage bill. Now, if we are to operate optimally and meet those service delivery standards, the assumption is that we must fill those structures fully. Unfortunately, that is not possible. And that's why we are having challenges at the moment. We recommend as follows. You go to slide 34. That budgetary support towards additional staff recruitment be provided for under U-Gift Successor Program to at least fill the revised structure to 75%. At least 75%, if we are to meet those standards. Then budgetary support for induction of newly recruited staff, continuous professional development be provided for under U-Gift Successor Program. And then finally, the Uganda Civil Service College be given a priority to undertake tailored induction and professional management development training for the entire civil service. Budgetary support towards the development and implementation of a computerized human resource for health performance management system and patient management be provided for under U-Gift Successor Program. That is slide 435. And lastly, the performance management and patient management system should take into account health service delivery standards and the guidelines and integration of health services as a one-stop center. I now turn to district, urban, and community access roads. What are the standards? The standards that every higher local government should have a complete functional road unit with the following equipment. 1, motor grader, wheel loader, 2 dump trucks, vibro loader, roller, water bowser, an excavator, which is not there, low bed, which is not there, a bulldozer, which is not there, and a backhoe. That is the standard. Now, what are the other standards which are required, which are stated by government of Uganda? That district and urban roads maintenance should be 100% at all times. That community access road maintenance should be 75% in fair to good condition. That drainage systems and bridges maintained 100% at all times, and among others. The other standards, 38, slide 38, the other standard is the riding quality. You should be able to ride at 80% on those roads, 80 kilometers per hour on those roads. That's the quality. Now, let's look at this 1 billion, which has come up. The road maintenance grant of 1 billion is allocated to higher local governments, in addition to MEGA and varying allocations under Uganda Road Fund. Now, we have incomplete, 39, we have incomplete road units without a low bed, without an excavator, without a bulldozer, without a backhoe. Yet, these are critical to meet the road maintenance standard. Therefore, we have to borrow. You will see that we have to borrow very expensively in order to make these roads. Now, we have also an 8-year egged road unit, which is increasingly becoming very expensive to maintain and eating into the funds for actual road maintenance. Next slide, please. 40. Over 60% of higher local government road is at high risk of falling into poor category. And also, when we look at community access road, there is a deficit in terms of maintenance of community access roads. Next slide. Now, in practice, I wanted to show you what we do actually in practice in relation to the 1 billion, so that we critically make a recommendation which is informing the planning and budgeting for next year and the medium term. In practice, gravel excavation and haulage is about 6.7 million per kilometer, using expensively borrowed excavators. You can see, we don't have them in the unit, but we borrowed them very expensively so that we can do the best work. Next slide. Opening and bush clearing costs about 1.5 shillings per kilometer. But still we have to borrow a bulldozer sometimes. Next slide. Grading, shaping, and compaction costs about 1.5 million per kilometer. And spreading and compaction also costs about, next slide, cost about 1.5 million per kilometer. These are actual things on the ground. Next, drainage works cost about 3 million per kilometer, because we have to borrow some of those equipment, which the backhoe, which is not there in our road unit. Now, in the end, next slide, the cost of maintaining a kilometer, in the end, realistically, is 14.2 million shillings. Therefore, if you divide this in the 1 billion shillings, we can only maintain 70 kilometers of a durable road, which will not be washed away by the first rains. So the rest of the road network will continue to deteriorate. Now, I want to show you the mechanical imprest also has a challenge. It was alluded to by a person from the ministry. The aging equipment is becoming very, very costly. And therefore, it is eating into the money, the actual money, which is supposed to go on the road opening or road maintenance. Yes, maintaining this equipment expensively is a means of production, but actually it is eating up into the actual production. So, our recommendations, slide 48, recommendations 48. We recommend that we enhance the road maintenance grant in light of the cost of delivering road maintenance services in financial 2026-2027. We also provide for mechanized equipment grants and equipment pools under the U-Gift Successor Program, if possible. Now, equipment pools, we are talking about those very expensive equipment like the excavator, the bulldozer. At least those ones can be put in a cluster of about 3 districts, neighboring districts, so that we can use them. Then we also fill the other gaps in the road unit, like the backhoe and the low bed. Next slide, 49. We also recommend that we provide for a tiered and targeted capacity building grant as a portion of the UGIV to train these people. They need continuous professional development in managing road works and managing road projects. And also we strengthen technical assistance and peer learning. It was alluded to earlier by the project implementation management system. We thank you for that. Education sector. Next slide. Education sector. The standards here are that we are supposed to have a government-aided primary school per ward, per parish. 1 government-aided secondary school in every local government, and a technical school in every county. And that we are supposed to have at least 7 classrooms with pupil classroom ratio of 1 to 53. The standards also require that we are supposed to have a head teacher and a deputy head teacher minimum, and 6 teachers, one of whom is supposed to be an education assistant, senior education assistant. Now, the wage bill annual for that minimum annual for the school comes to 82,430,184. Now, when you look at the wage bill we have, we cannot reach there. We cannot achieve these standards if we have to give the minimum allocation to each of those schools. When we go to, but however, regardless of that, government has made interventions. Next slide. Government has made interventions. Up. Yeah, up. Yeah, there. Government has made interventions. It has allocated resources, especially under UGIFT, to improve infrastructure. You can see some of them. Government has also made improvement to equip this infrastructure. You can see the next slide. And this one is enabling us as local government to achieve those standards. However, next slide. However, we still have inadequate funds to construct adequate classroom space to reach the classroom pupil ratio of 1 to 53 at primary level. These are real things. These are the scenarios. We also have, if we are to reach 1 to 53, like in Kakumiro, I've calculated we need about 30 billion to reach the level of 1 to 53 classroom pupil ratio because of the gap, classroom gap. Now, when you go to sub-counties without schools, primary, rather secondary, and parishes without primary, we also need a lot of money there. Next. When we go to lateral instances, like Kakumiro, we have a shortfall of about 3 billion. When you go to desks, we have a shortfall of about 1.8. Slide number 58. Now, if you add all that, in order to reach those standards, we need 3 decades to reach there on the assumption that people are not producing children and that the cost of construction materials does not change. Our recommendation, therefore, is that we need a big push. A big push by making provision under UGIFT 2 for more construction and equipping of technical institutes in counties without one, constructing and equipping of primary schools and secondary schools in parishes and wards and local government without, improving the infrastructure and the tooling of the traditional secondary schools, and also boosting the recruitment of teachers and instructors in primary, secondary, and tertiary to reach those standards which are laid down by government of Uganda. Production sector, this is the last one. Under the production sector, we also have standards which are documented in the costed service delivery standards. Some of them are that we are supposed to have extension worker to farmer ratio of about, under micro irrigation, we will have 1 per sub-county. Livestock, 1 extension worker to 500 farmers. Crop, one extension worker to 300 farmers. We are supposed to have at least farm visits, 1 per month. Those are the standards under production, some of them. But with the introduction of PDM, there's even a greater need for frequent interaction between agriculture extension workers and the farmers. The support towards the establishment of micro-scale irrigation system has also created a demand for extension workers to be in the field. The gaps. When you look at our staffing gaps in agriculture extension, 55% is field. It's very difficult to achieve those standards. Only 35% of the agriculture extension workers have motorcycles. Slide 63. The unsegmented co-funding obligation by beneficiaries of micro-irrigation system has left out some small-scale farmers. And in some higher local governments, however, many farmers have co-funded beyond the grant. What are we recommending? We are recommending, next slide, yeah. We are recommending that U-Gift Successor Program should have a dedicated component for the maintenance and repair of the installed micro-scale irrigation system. We recommend that we enhance the financial allocation to allow for a wider rollout of the micro-irrigation scheme. We also we recommend that the co-funding be segmented, 25% to 10% for smallholder farmers, and then 25% for bigger farmers. We further recommend that the U-Gift Successor Program, just like it has done in education and health, we should have a budget provision supporting the recruitment of extension workers to at least 75% of the approved establishment. Now, in all of this, colleagues, we must look at the demographic dividend assessment findings. We have a high dependency population, so we have at the back of our mind to cater for it so that it becomes productive constantly. And education, under health, under production, and all other sectors. I thank you so much for listening to me. I believe this will inform the planning and the budgeting for next year and the medium term.
Thank you very much, our facilitator. Another hand up of applause. I have added him more 10 minutes because this has been very touching and I think you have been taking note. When it comes on the other side of discussion, I expect you to be active, but minding about time. Let me request another facilitator. I think that is under accord, Sesbag, to come and take over the floor. And I'm giving you 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I think the 10 minutes will be enough for us. Thank you so much, local government. The presentation is having, I think ours is a subset from yours, but we are very, very grateful. We have civil society members in the room. Just stand up so that you're seen. Thank you very much. My colleague from Kawida, CSBAG is a membership organization. So in every region we go, it is a specific member in that region to present. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, my colleague. I'm called Marcus Mugume. I work with Sakina Integrated, Women Development Agency, Kawida, working from Blizo. Bwana Chair, this is I'm representing a civil society budget advocacy group, as my colleague has introduced me, and we are representing 8 districts of the region. So in 2024, the civil society budget group members were here representing in 24 districts in the budget consultative workshop, and want to commend government for really addressing some of the sub-delivery concerns which were raised in a previous budget consultative workshop. Want to appreciate you for that. At the meantime, when you come here, you really address some of our concerns as a citizen. The notable progress, we've seen a rollout of IRAS, the substantial coverage of IRAS in the local government. This is increasing local revenue. I want to appreciate you for coming up with IRAS call center. We are able to call at IRAS to get whatever information we want from IRAS. That's the Local Finance Commission. Next. I want to thank government for the increase in the local revenue, having an increase of 58% between financial year 2020-2021 and 2023-2024. That is an increase of 58%. In the region, for example, in Fort Portal City, they were able to collect 3.8 billion in the financial year 2024-2025, which is far above the national average of 2.5 billion. Also for Bulisa district, they were able to increase the local revenue from 514 million in the financial year 2023-2024 to 784 million in the financial year 2024-2025. That's a great increase. This is attributed to with the introduction of IRAS, and of course, largely driven by growth in the user fees and other revenues. Next. Also, we've seen an increase in the allocation to education sector. Here, focusing much on school infrastructure, where we've seen at 166 city schools being constructed under UGIFT program, and the region we also benefited. Like for Bulisa, we've seen construction of Kiunga City Secondary School. In Masindi, we've seen Pakanye and Chijinjua, and the Kagadi King Solomon plus Mpasana from Kakumiro. Next slide. So those are some of the government response in pictures. That is a 5-science latrine at each science primary school. That's from Bulisa district, which has a changing room for girls. As last time we raised this concern that many of facilities do not have a changing room for girls, but now that one has it. Then we have a 7-classroom block, which were renovated at Kisei Primary School. Big enough to accommodate the bigger number, and we believe this one we're going to we are reducing congestion in most schools. Next. So these are some of our concerns and proposals for the financial year 2026-2027. We are starting with education. These are some of challenges in education: inadequate and dilapidated structures. In most schools, we've seen that we are lacking adequate structures. That's classroom blocks, even the staff quarters. Like for example, when you go at the Waiga 2 primary schools, you find teachers are living in a staff quarter which has cracks. And almost every week, a teacher has killed almost four snakes from that staff quarter. This puts a life of a teacher at risk. And you find many of them, they are renting, and forces them come to school late, and of course it affects the service delivery. Inadequate wash facilities, special changing rooms, that in many of our facilities in primary schools, they don't have changing rooms. And this is actually affecting our girls in school, their attention. Many of them, they are dropping out because of the health issues. So we feel that government should prioritize changing rooms for girls. Whenever they are doing a construction, they have to allocate or portion some rooms, specifically for girls, to enable them, in case things go wrong at school, they are able to go and change and come back to class. Because many of them, when they get issues, they run away. They don't come back in the class next day. Those pictures you see, one is a crack staff quarter at Waigatu, which has cracks, and teachers are living there. Then we have overcrowded classroom at Wasaka Primary School, where a teacher even fails to get where to pass. So at the end of that day, we see that people are not performing well because there's not enough space. Next. Also in the same challenge in the health, we've seen inadequate dilapidated structures within the health sector, resulting into absenteeism, because many of them, they are renting. Because you find like Kigwa LS Center 3 has only 2 classroom block, 2 staff quarters, accommodating only 7. So the rest must rent from within. So this one affects them, their reporting time on duty. They end up reporting late. Some of them ending absenting on duty when maybe during rain time, they don't come to duty. The slow upgrade of health center 2s to health center 3s, we appreciate the government's effort in upgrading these health centers, but of course we've seen a slow upgrade. We recommend that the government should really expedite this program, that all health center 2s be upgraded to health center 3s, because you find that health center 2 is handling a population equivalent to health center 3. And when it comes to medical supplies, they are getting a little drugs which affect a population. Of course, there are delayed completion of projects. I've given an example of OPD block at the Blissary Center 4. We've been appreciating services of UPDF Engineering Brigade. In many of the time, they have done quality work, and they have done their work on time. But we don't know what's happening this time in Bulisa. They have laid the block. This is like almost 5 months without any works going on. And we believe that since we have limited spaces at the health center, if this block is done, can solve the problem of space at the facility. So we recommend that the UPDF should really prioritize completion of OPD block at health center 4, at Bulisa. Then allocation of funds for provision of critical infrastructure, that is the construction and renovation, especially staff quarters. Next.
I'm adding 2 minutes.
Okay.
Be summarizing.
Next. So we are talking about poor set of road across the region. As my colleagues from local government have said, that the roads are not doing very well. And I want to appreciate the government that they have provided funds, 790 billion in the completion of the major roads. That's like, for instance, ongoing tarmacking at construction, for example. The one which is ongoing from Biso, Bulisa Road. Of course, we've seen challenges. Many of these roads are breaking and being washed away by rain. Bridges are being washed away and limiting access for our farmers to take their produce to the markets. And of course, it may affect us achieving the tenfold growth. Then, of course, we recommend that the government should prioritize the rehabilitation and maintenance of rural feeder roads to enable a rural farmer area to access market. Next. Challenges in the road fund, as my colleagues have already alluded to. We appreciate government for providing a 1 billion fund to the district to rehabilitate these roads. But we've identified a gap that when they are allocating this 1 billion, we don't consider terrain, the road network. You find that there are some districts with so many roads. You find some districts have they have terrain, but of course 1 billion is a uniform amount. We recommend that a government should adopt a formula-based grant allocation. We put in consideration, if you are giving Bulisa, what's their road network, what's the terrain of Bulisa, so that we really a 1 billion is enough, and we recommend that even adding an extra amount to a district which has so many road networks, so many terrain. Next, please. Yes, sir. 2 more minutes. Limited targeting of local revenue. Our measure is the high prices for the local persons who want to go and enjoy at local tourism. For example, the high entrance fee. Like for instance, when you're going to Mashino National Park, the person will charge 25,000 as entry fee. But of course, for us, we're suggesting if you can reduce that 25,000 to 10,000, it can really promote local tourism. We find at the end in the month, instead of having 20 people going into the park, you'll have 100 because of that reduced amount from 25,000 to 10,000. But of course, we should also look at now like having tourism officers. Like for Bulisa, we host a Mashino National Park. We don't have a tourism officer. Then who can promote local tourism? We believe when we recruit a tourism officer, maybe at Bulisa, this local government, this person will be responsible for promoting the local tourism. Next, please. Thanks so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Dear participants, I think now it is your turn. Let us go for the discussions. As I said from the beginning, you have been taking note. So we are going to go through this exercise. At least we are going to be like, we can accord it like 30 minutes. And we'll be concluding this. So I know we have had submission from NPA. We have heard from the local government. We have heard from CSBAG and Accord. So if you have something that is touching and you feel that the government, because we are here to guide the government on the next planning. So you can raise your hands and let me request one of my colleagues this side to move the mic. And I will remove quorum per quorum. Is there anybody this side? Because when I leave this side, I will not come back. I'm seeing my brother, the chair, Masindi. So I'm having one person this side. You can take the mic this side. From here, after him, I'm on this quorum. And for those who are taking a note, and the ones going to respond, take a note. Give him.
Thank you so much, Chair. Once again, my name is Biaruhanga Cosmas, District Chair Masini. My concern is from the local government presentation under the road grant. My concern is why give out this grant equally, not equitably? Because some districts have a bigger, relatively bigger road network, and then others have fewer kilometers, but when it comes to allocation, it is given flat across all the districts. Thank you.
Point noted. We on this quorum. The other one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm seeing 4 people this side.
Thank you, Chair.
This will be the last.
Stephen Roy Hayo from Kabarole District. Mine is on NPA, the eight districts. We are worried because now if you implement what you are telling us, there is a problem. Would we be knowing what is the problem? Is it a capacity problem? What is it really? Have we tried to know what the problem is? Because if you punish, it is going to our people without knowing what the problem is, and then we sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you. The second one.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Biabasaija John, Senior Finance Officer, Chivale. Chair, I'm on local government factors affecting service delivery. I found it that I needed to supplement of the dissatisfactions Also, the service providers are dissatisfied in a way that some health facilities, the traditional ones, are not fenced. And this leads to a risk of loss of equipment or property and insecurity of the clients and the service providers. I thought it should be added on. Then, still under health, unreliable power supply, lack of standby generators, the high cost of maintaining these generators or solars also affects service delivery. Chair, I'm concluding with a general observation. We have been talking about some reforms, one of them being IRAS, MS in education, but these reforms need to go hand in hand with infrastructure development. A case in point, some areas have no network, communication network. Like for IRAS, wherever network is not on, the silent killers of revenue mobilization and administration affects the performance of this reform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On the back, the other side.
Magambo Samuel, my name's representing Kaulisa. Chair, I want to appreciate Kau Maweje for presenting on behalf of local governments and comprehensively. Is one Kau who has stayed in Bunyoro. It was befitting that he does that. Thank you so much, Kau. I have one critical area under health that really concerns me a lot. Equally, like he has alluded on the issue of road equipment, maintenance, we have a challenge of maintaining the medical equipment. The minimum equipment price for ultrasound scan could be 20 million shillings. The other incubators could be 40 million. Those are minimum costs. But the rate at which we are losing them is worrying. And in regard to that, the cold chain technician we have in facilities are not enough. The regional referral clinic for maintenance is not doing us good. An incubator can take 6 months there and they tell you we are working on it. That's up to when. I request therefore public service, can we adjust the structure and have an engineer? If a mechanical engineer at the district is doing work for works, why not a biomedical engineer who is overseeing a minimum of facilities, 10 in a district, and all these have equipment? Secondly, I want to appreciate the civil society presentation. But civil society, I expected you to appreciate the challenge we had generally in Uganda. The lockdown caused a more than triple enrollment in schools. But surely, Ministry of Education, with your partners, you have done little to do affirmative to help us offset these numbers. We have more than 250 in one classroom. And in some schools, this man did not Zoom for you. In Bulisa class, we removed the desks. They are inconveniencing. We have to widen the space. People should sit down to fit there. That's the reality. Notwithstanding the tents we have also acquired from partners like World Vision, who are helping us to see that at least we fit that number. So I have a concern with Ministry of Education that really we have not done enough. The same number is escalating up to P4. If we sit down, the same challenge is occurring and reoccurring. Then the pupil desk ratio will not therefore work. I don't see that indicator working, given the example I've given you. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
You come this side in front to the RDC. I conclude that quorum. But whoever is getting the mic, I'm requesting and I'm begging, Let us maximum you can utilize 2 minutes. You submit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm already known. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of local tourism, I think it must be taken as Hoima Forum proposal to the Minister of Tourism that the old persons be put on 10,000 and the younger ones at 5,000 in order to promote local tourism and the people get to understand what they have in an easiest way. Another issue is about National Development Plan. Can you be kind, National Development Plan, to avail hard copies to all key offices in this country? That is enough. All key offices. Overwhelming work under UPDF Engineering Brigade, Mr. Chairman, I propose that Ministry of Defense should consider increasing the number of the team they have, the professional ones, because they have many sites, but when you consider the number they have, I think that is a gap that has been reported, that we are challenged with how they implement the projects. So we advise them through the Ministry of Defense to increase the number by recruiting many people because we have money for them. Lastly, I want to appreciate UCC, that is Uganda Communication Commission. I think they better speed up fast tracking, that is, I think, the proper word, of the network on internet issue. Because every local government, every organization is tasked to be digital. But when we start big reporting internet issues, I think UCC should do the service to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
I remain as you know.
I'm on this quorum. I'm on this quorum. 1, 2, 3 people.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Samuel Rweza Kaija Kao Masindi. I want to talk about the physical plans. We have seen it is only 80 districts out of 135. We need to find out the challenge. One of the challenges is some local governments don't have physical planners, but the main one is the budget. It is costly to have a physical plan. So we need funding in that area. Then also we need to fund all local governments. As of now, only 40 local governments are funded under the physical planning grant. So we need to get a feedback of what will happen next financial year. Then on the issue of the other local governments, the 8 which have a problem, they must be supported. It is not only punishing them, but let us see what is the problem and support them. I think NPA should address that. Lastly, on the roads, Mr. Maweje, the cow has given the statistics and the justification. 1 billion, yes, is there, but we need to know how much, an average of how much per kilometer, so that we know a local government can work on a minimum of such and such kilometers. So those standards are required. Then also the road fund reduced drastically. Some districts are getting less than 100 million. After getting the 1 billion, part of the money, the other side was cut. So we need also to see some increase in the road fund to support the road works. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kisache, Daniel Justus, the Municipal Planner Masindi. Chair, I would like to thank the CAO, Kakumiro, for the presentation made. However, there is an issue I want as a house to emphasize. We have a division called Chigulia in Masindi municipality with a population of 16,288 people and 4,010 households. Without a health center, we don't have a health center too.
or health center 3. Actually, we don't have any health center there. We kindly request this should be taken as a key area of concern and it should be worked on. Several letters have been written to Minister of Health, but to our surprise, there is no positive response that has been done on that. And surprisingly, we go to find that as we are preparing for this financial year's budget, 2025, 2026, we go to find that they gave us money to uplift a health center 3, which was already worked on under UGFIT for, within just either 2 or 3 years back, around 200-something million. Yet this money would have been used at least to start up something within Chigulia division. So I request letters written to Minister of Finance and Minister of Health should be followed in allocation of resources. Thank you so much.
There was the third person around there.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Kyomuhendo Betty, the Deputy Mayor Masindi, and I have a few concerns. One is in supplement of the reduction of the park fees. Not only does it boost domestic tourism, but also as a host community, we can benefit via business boosting because it is a short distance via Masindi to the northern region. So with the short distance, if the park fees are reduced, we expect more people to be using that road, and then we can tap from the passengers who are using the road. That can boost our economy. Then 2 is about one of the challenges affecting service delivery is the lack of induction of the political leaders. Besides these political leaders having no requirement in as far as education background is concerned, so we've had a challenge where political leaders have not been inducted, and whenever we go for councils, really there is a lot desired. I hope the ministry will take this up and gives it a priority. Then another issue is about the reduction of political leaders. Besides the money being small, we've experienced almost a double taxation where we are charged every month, and at the end of the financial year, again, the total gratuity is again charged. And they say it is a policy. I don't know why such a policy is targeting the political leaders to be charged twice on the small remuneration that they get. Then lastly is the issue of the 1 billion shillings. I'm happy that someone from the ministry told us that they are trying to revise it. But I want to add that when they are giving variations in as the equitable distribution, they should also put into consideration the entities or local governments which are not having the road equipments. We've had someone talking about road equipments having 8 years, and it's becoming very hard to be maintained. But for the case of Masini municipality, ours has lasted more than 15 years. So you can imagine the situation we are in. We only have one grader which is grounded. It becomes very expensive to maintain, and yet we are required to do a lot of work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to this quorum. Chair Kagadi, I'm getting, allow me, we get those 5 hands I'm seeing. You first raise up your hands. I'm starting with him. I will jump one and get somebody else. So I will not consider you. I get the second one. Now you can share your information. 3, 4, 5. Let us try to utilize our time. The 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ndibwambi Yosia is my name. Chair Kagadi. I want to appreciate the previous speakers for their submission, but I want to bring this to the attention of the Minister of Planning and Economic Development. In different national and regional forums, and more especially in respect to URGA, we have always pushed for funding for local governments to the maximum tune of at least 33% from the national budget. Most of all these issues raised If local governments were receiving enough funding, these are issues we would address ourselves because we have the political willingness and the technical capacity. When I heard from the first presenter this morning, who said we are being funded 15%, and by 2040, the ministry is planning to make sure local governments are funded up to 17% of the national budget, I was bleeding from inside. As if there is a deliberate move to make sure that the local governments' service delivery points are not addressed. The issue is availing these resources to local governments and we execute our mandate. I want to assure members gathered here, the problem is not that the funds are not available. I look at the issue is about the willingness to allow the local government to deliver. Because the delivery points are local governments. A case in point. Kagadi, this local government, some few years back, we received a road from the ministry of 12 kilometers at a cost of 900 million. After 6 months, this road was in a sorry state. If all this money would be collected and given to local governments, this situation, for example, my colleague Kao was mentioning about, would have them addressed. So when I look at the presentation of the ministry, comfortably planning for 17% in 2040 for local governments, we shall always come here and solve no problem. The only way forward is there should be a deliberate move by the Ministry of Planning, Finance Planning and Economic Development to give more funding to local governments to address our issues. I submit.
Thank you. The next.
Thank you. I am Alfred Uchen, District Engineer Masindi. There is one issue that is not being touched at all. It's a little bit silent as far as roads are concerned. It is the issue to do with the supervision vehicle. Whereas there has been a talk about appropriation for the 1 billion, there is nothing being said about supervision vehicles. And yet, most of these local governments, the vehicles are down, all the pickups are down. We don't have any supervision vehicles. So I beg some things mentioned about that. My colleague was talking about issues to do with the catchment population, the catchment population for health facilities. He's saying that in Bulisa, for example, the population has increased, and yet the guideline is stuck on the number of people that is being served by a health facility. So he's saying that this should be revised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Canon Sam Peter Evale, Municipal Education Officer, Masin. I have a few issues affecting service delivery. In the first place, I want to thank Kao Kakumiro for a thorough researched presentation across this region. I want to thank the government for giving us UPE and USE. But we have had challenges in the implementation of these two programs. In the first place, our UP, our children in primary schools, since 1997, when this program was incepted, our children have no meals, midday meals. And research has shown no learning can take place on an empty stomach. Government is very silent on that. No payment, no etc. what, but the child should learn. 2, UP increased enrollment in schools, but we don't have classrooms. They are not there. SFG was reduced. We see these days, there are some local governments where maintenance is a little higher than a school facility grant. And yet we are supposed to maintain a few classrooms that are there. My wish is we rather increase SFG to help us acquire more classrooms and have reduced school maintenance to maintain the already available classrooms. We have had several wards and parishes and sub-counties and divisions without primary schools and secondary schools respectively. Ungift came in, but there is this program specifically for secondary called the OSIP. We have schools, divisions and sub-counties that were chosen to have classrooms, secondary schools put in place. I don't know how far OSIP has gone. It's World Bank money, which was a loan. It is coming to an end. The 5 years are ending. We have not seen constructions take place. We wonder what is happening. And finally, service delivery. We are all quiet. One of the major factors affecting service delivery, chairperson, is disparities in salaries. Others have salaries increase, but local governments, it's only, I think, the cows and the town clerks. The rest, we are just there. I submit.
Members, let us agree. We mind about the time. I accorded 2 minutes to each one submitting. Let us try to summarize. Look at the critical point you are bringing forward and you submit.
I will summarize, Honorable Chair. My name is Fred Kasigwa. I am Senior Environment Officer from Masinde Municipal Council. On the 3 issues. 1 is on solid waste management in urban councils. Government only realized this is a problem when a tragedy happened at Kitezi. In 2017, the Auditor General carried out a value for money in waste management. When we were in that dissemination meeting, exit meeting in Kampala, we asked central government, NEMA, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Local Governments, Ministry of Health, they were all there. We asked, where does it fall? They also didn't know. NEMA, partly ours, then the minister, someone was pushing it to Ministry of Lands. Now, recently, Ministry of Local Government is coming out with a solid waste management strategy. I don't know whom they have consulted, but they are taking the solid waste management strategy draft to cabinet. I don't know when. But the fact will remain, if we don't finance solid waste management in this country, everything we are doing will go to ruins. You cannot construct a drainage channel or a road and leave waste unworked on and you think it will rust. Secondly, environment and natural resources management. There is a grant, a small grant they are giving at least to the districts and to manage wetlands. Me, I believe the wetlands in urban areas are more endangered. And if we continue neglecting environment management as central government, leaving it to local governments to look for any money to protect wetlands, even all the money you are putting in roads or in water in water production, it will all go to ruins. Because the floods will come and wash away your roads and the bridges. Therefore, we must protect the environment and it requires money. Chair, I am happy that some years back, planning was given a unit, economic planning in local governments, but it's not enough. When you look at the removal of physical development, physical planning board from Ministry of Lands taking to National Planning Authority, I think they are trying to harmonize economic planning and physical planning. These two must go hand in hand. I therefore recommend you create a division or a department for physical planning. You create a division or a department for economic planning. Nothing we can do without proper planning, both spatially and economically. That's why the NPA person was saying they will not even support any district that does not have a development plan submitted. Therefore, the staffing structures of these two units need to be attended to critically. Like we are talking the urban plan.
I think your point is taken.
The urban strategy is looking at resilient, environmentally friendly urban centers, livable urban centers. But you don't have even any person to plant the trees, a forester, any person to plant flowers, to landscape. Therefore, the structures of these units, like environment, should be looked at seriously. Lastly, Chair.
Brother.
Thank you very much, Chair. Lastly, I request that we have a grant for environment management in urban councils, a grant for solid waste management, and a grant that was introduced for urban planning or physical planning at some of few districts should go down also to municipal councils and cities. Thank you very much.
There is someone, the last one to submit.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be brief. Rionga Kenneth, Physical Planner Kavarole. We appreciate the reforms like IRAS. We've been using IRAS for revenue-related issues. But now, around April, we received a circular from National Building Review Board that all assessments to do with buildings, building fees, occupation permits, should be handled using the building industry management system. And yet this system is not operational in most lower local governments. And we are losing a lot of revenue because we don't have where to assess from. We have a lot of building plans, we have government applications, but we can't assess. And yet we are here crying that we don't have funds. Thank you.
Members, thank you very much. The other quorum, do you have any silent issues that you feel these members have not submitted and you feel that you want to bring it forward? If there is anything on the other quorum, if it is not there, allow me to proceed because you need some clarifications on what you have submitted. I will begin with NPA. You have been taking some of the notes. As is coming, I've also taken some notes. Well, almost some of you who have got the chance to submit, you have appreciated our Kau Kakumiro for his elaborate submission in regard with service delivery, local government. I think his submission, the how you have seen it, we are just taking it like how he has taken it because it has been well submitted, has made a good research, and based on facts. This is what we are seeing in local government. Secondly, the most important thing, we are looking at funding, inadequate funding in local government. And some of the things, for instance, I've heard some of, I will not quote, we are here as policymakers. Some of the things we're implementing in local governments, we are the ones to budget. I don't think the ministry will fund a project we have not budgeted for and we have not submitted. Anything they are funding in my district, if we should have planned and budgeted for it. So I think when we get the IPFs, we are the ones to allocate funds in regard with the guidelines. But let me allow these colleagues of ours to submit. Let me begin with NPA.
About these 8 local governments, matters they are not part of this region. Because the fact is that you are in-laws. may it be in these regions. It's on record I know as a Munyoro that my fellow Banyoros prefer even the partners from these regions, they are counterparts like the Bazungos. Now, where is the problem? HODs, they are not cooperative. The HODs assume that the local government development plans are outputs of the district or city or municipality planners. So they leave this task to only the planners. And the planners alone can't produce a well-written development, local government development plan. That is one. Two, we have some local governments with new planners. They need capacity building. We've tried as NPA. We've engaged these planners. We've organized the regional workshops. Recently, we were in Fort. Some of my colleagues were in East, Nimbale. Some were in Moroto. We've engaged these planners, but we still have capacity gaps. Three is about prioritization. Some of these planners don't prioritize planning. They prioritize budgeting. So they are not giving priority. That's why up to now they haven't submitted their local government development plans. Then this is also in line with commitment. Some of our colleagues are not committed. Some of our colleagues are lazy. Because as I talk now, in this region, we have 7 local government development plans at the approval stage. Talk about Bunyangabo, Kabale District, Chenjojo, Ampala, Mbala District, Mbala City, Bushenyi District. If these districts or local governments have made it, why not you from any other local government? Then they've talked about hard copies of the NDP4, we shall provide. I can share the soft copy. You can have me with your email addresses. Then they advocated for not punishing these local governments. For us, we can only write, as NPA, we can only write the Minister of Local Government and the Minister of Finance. We have no powers to punish these local governments. Support, yes, we shall withdraw the support if they fail to comply. Understand, that's all.
Do we have someone from the Ministry of Local Government?
Thank you, Chair. I had 2 issues. One was on induction of councillors, which something which the ministry, as a ministry, we are very much interested in, because we imagine that these councils, once not empowered, then they will not deliver. So we have already begun working with Ministry of Finance to provide funds for this exercise, which will be in 2026-27. But in the meantime, we are working on materials, reviewing the manual, the training manual, the TOTs, the standard of procedure. We know the act has been amended, so I won't come up with a new act. So by the time we reach the time of induction, we have these materials ready for the councillors. The other part was waste management, and as I have mentioned, the ministry has drafted a national waste management policy, and the validation is ongoing. We are now engaging stakeholders. Masindi, probably we shall come to you, but it is aimed at collecting input from all stakeholders. 10 cities and 28 municipalities have been supported to draft bylaws and ordinances to streamline waste management. All local governments should develop waste management plans with proper disposal systems and educate communities on sustainable practices on waste management. We are aiming at managing waste at source. So once we don't involve communities, however much we do with this policy, it will not do much. So we want to look at mindset change and support our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let us hear, maybe on the issue of induction, even as the stakeholders of our districts, we need to plan. Because given that the induction under the Ministry of Local Government, the way you are guiding, yes, we can plan, but I think we need to increase the funding under the capacity building grant, and also we fight that battle as a districts. Otherwise, if we say the one induction we get in the entire Kisanja cannot help these people to be inducted well. Unless that you put funds there, frequent induction. But if you induct these leaders once in Kisanja, I don't think we are going to get the results. Do we have someone from the Ministry of Education? Because there are CRT issues coming out and Education Department. Someone with the mic, it is here.
Thank you very much, Chair. I take this opportunity to thank all the issues that have been raised on education, especially our Municipal Education Officer, Masindi. But first of all, I will begin with some clarification. I know more clarification will be given by Minister of Finance regarding an issue raised by our senior cow from Kakumiro, Mr. Maweje. That is, he alluded to the issue of loading as one of the problems that has negatively affected delivery of infrastructure under the gift project. Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of conception of this project, one key area was that the funds that are going to be secured to support the government of Uganda should leave behind some capacity being built for our local contractors. And many of you remember, we had a lengthy discussion, you remember, on local content, but also on how we can help our contractors also improve their competitive advantage in the region. Now, one of the reasons at that time why loading came up was to upscale the experience of our local contractors so that they can compete. So it was actually done with a good heart and in good interest. I know we reach a point and we forget the philosophy behind the decisions of some of the interventions we implement. And we have been confusing the two, the hybrid and the loading. The hybrid was done, I remember we have been raising this matter very many times. When the project, the gift funding was being negotiated, the center was saying we have capacity. The local governments, when we met you in Jinja, you said you had capacity. And it is at that point that if the center has capacity and the local governments also have capacity, why don't we benefit as government from synergies of the two power centers that have capacity? Because government is government. There is no local government, there is no central government, you're all serving government. So the hybrid was in the interest of taking the advantage of the synergies that can be generated from both the center and the headquarters. But on a very selfish note, I think under UGIFT you have had very few casualties. You know what I'm talking about. Could it be that the hybrid helped to scale down the casualties from the other side? Speaking now, let's respond to the issues raised on the enrollment versus the congestion, especially after COVID. Minister of Education have noted this very big challenge. It is coming across the country, and it was an issue that you raised when the Education Policy Review Commission was consulting you on the next phase that will guide education service implementation as we move out from the government white paper of 1992. And as a ministry, we have decided given the fact that enrollment is never constant. One, to come up with a school construction strategy to guide. Because many of these concerns are consistent and they come in, year out. And we are looking at, is it possible to also help schools plan ahead by making sure that the schools serve the people in their localities so that we can predict with accuracy that this school in Kijunjubwa cell is serving a population of 40,000 people, and all the 40,000 homesteads in Kijunjubwa send their children to this primary school. Because currently you can hardly plan, because you don't know. The children causing big enrollments in Kitara or in Masindi SS are not coming from the municipality. They are coming from the poorly served areas in the rural countryside. So this is the reason why as a ministry, and next budgeting cycle will be updating you on how far we have gone with coming up with a school construction strategy so that we can guide the country on these rapid increases in enrollment. But in the meantime, the grants that are coming to support development will continue to come as they have been coming. On the issue of the absence of a midday meal, yes, as a ministry, this has also consistently come up and was also well voiced during the Education Policy Review Commission consultations. The ministry now is working with the World Food Program to come up with a school feeding policy, which we hope by end of December will be presented to Cabinet for approval. So we are engaging, we are planning to do a pilot in 342 primary schools, and we see what model can ably work, and that which is also within our means as a country and means as stakeholders. So we are also thinking along those lines, but in the meantime, we are emphasizing homegrown initiatives that don't go contrary to the law. Ladies and gentlemen, an issue has been raised on the increased the number of new divisions, new sub-counties, new parishes. This matter is also being reviewed because in the 2016-2021 presidential manifesto, it was one primary school per parish and one secondary school per sub-county. We did a baseline in 2015, and we mapped out all those sub-counties and parishes that never had a primary school and a secondary school. But our dismay for secondary, we had a total of 538 sub-counties, and we planned for all of them. We got funding from two projects, that is the UGIFT and also USEP, plus the grant aiding we have been doing. And when we try to check our balance sheet, out of the 538, we have ably planned for all of them, including grant aiding. This means we are supposed to have 0 sub-county without a secondary school. What are we seeing now? We are seeing an additional 359 sub-counties without secondary schools, which means we are chasing a moving target. Now, we're asking ourselves, is it still feasible to maintain that kind of approach if the target is moving? So part of the discussion is around identifying some of the sub-counties that can be served, a cluster that can be served by one secondary school, if it is in the neighborhood. And we are proceeding with this matter, and we will be consulted at another time, but we are reviewing that policy. On the status of USEP, I thank again my brother for raising this matter. The truth of the matter is that USEP as a project, Uganda Second Education Expansion Project, became effective in 2020. And the project effectiveness coincided with COVID-19, which meant that effective implementation began 2 years much later, But in the records, it is indicated that the project end date will be 31st December 2025, 5-year project. The first challenge was COVID. But the second challenge also was the condition of first acquiring security of tenure for any development to be put. And this took us a long period of time engaging you local governments to give us evidence of title that the land to which these schools are going to be located is titled in the names of the school. This hurdle now has been addressed. We are remaining out of the 116. We are remaining with virtually 9 sites, and we are moving. Currently, we are in negotiation. Ministry of Finance is negotiating with World Bank to grant us an extension of 2 years to enable us commence works in all the 107 currently where we have evidence of security of tenure. Currently, 32 sites have already commenced works, and we have also negotiated with World Bank to change the procurement modality from a double evaluation stage to a single envelope, because we realized that the other one was taking much longer and we could never beat the time. So I want to allay your fears that we are on course, and the moment that extension is granted, all the identified sub-counties will obviously be provided with the city schools, except the 9 where we still have issues with the titles. Chair, I think the last issue that has been raised will be responded to by my brother Adam from Ministry of Public Service. But on a later note, you know, in Uganda we have to make sure that you live longer to enjoy good things. Me, I'm also still on the other side of the road, but my elder, the groups of the one who presented here from Kakumiro, they are already the other side enjoying. So I'm also praying harder that I don't die today, and maybe next year the phased approach will also reach to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have somebody from the Ministry of Works?
Thank you very much, Chair. I had about 4 issues, but I want to first thank my elder, the cow, Mwami Maweje from Kakumiro, for his elaborate presentation. I told him, had I known he was going to pin me so much, being my neighbor, I would have put a virus in his presentation. But I'm joking. Chair, the first issue was why the ministry maintenance grant is given across same figure. Chair, this was a policy from the president himself, who said all this 171 constituencies, including districts, municipal councils, cities, etc., get 1 billion across. Of course, it was a good gesture, and we welcomed it, and we said along the way, we shall learn, get lessons, see the challenges, and improve it. And indeed, as I said earlier, we are now writing to Cabinet to say that, yes, we need to have a formula for the allocation of this maintenance grant. And the key things consider the length of the road infrastructure network, the condition, and other peculiar circumstances like terrain and others. So, Chair, we are indeed writing to Cabinet with proposals on how to cater for the districts which are bigger, have longer road networks, among others. The other thing, Chair, was on the drastic reduction of the road fund grant. That one I do not have the audacity to to respond, I think finance will give a better response because we don't determine. But what I can assure you is that we have those lower councils, the sub-counties and town councils which are not part of the road fund. We plan to include them. And those are about 1,496 sub-counties and 580 town councils. So they'll be included so that they can receive some money from the road fund. Road fund is now part of Ministry of Works and Transport, and indeed we are trying to harmonize so that all these grants that come from the ministry are harmonized. The issue of equipment, Chair, it is very true. Our mechanical workshops are not in good state. We do acknowledge, but we have a project which we are working with Ministry of Finance to actually upgrade and refurbish our mechanical workshops and also set up zonal equipment centers. We have what we call phase 3 of this whole equipment. And in this phase 3, we plan to give cities and municipalities, because they didn't get equipment, and also their equipment handles bitumen, those roads that need bitumen. So they need special equipment. But on top of that, we are planning to purchase supervision vehicles as another issue which was raised. Chair, it also includes bigger districts that need those extra units that my dear Kao talked about. The bulldozers, the excavators, the backhoes, but also the asphalt bunching plants, the stone crushers. So there are a number of things that we plan to include, which are included in phase 3. The contracts have been signed. We are just working with the government of Japan. Even my honorable minister, a month ago, sent a reminder to the president of this republic on the proposal to have, because all these things, when you aggregate them, we need about $100 million. So my minister wrote to the president and reminded him and was proposing, can we have this phase 3 financed through debt? And of course, when I say that, Ministry of Finance will not be happy with us, but it's a fact. We really have to look for alternatives to be able to finance this issue. So, Chair, in short, that's what I can share. I think those were the issues. But step by step. A few years ago, we were crying. It was on the road fund. 1 billion came. I want to assure you, without any fear of doubt, that we are planning another 1 billion for another thing. Just keep hopeful, stay alive. There's so much to enjoy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from the Ministry of Public Service? From the Ministry of Public Service, I think we have some issues to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue, the first one from the cow, I also add my voice to thank him for a wonderful presentation. And some of you must be knowing the reason. So he said there is need to add more wage when the successor project, you give successor project comes for recruitment of health workers. I entirely agree with him. The person next to you, we are going to engage him such that we get wage and recruit more health workers. Then he went on to say that the recruited health workers should undergo induction, and this one should be conducted by Civil Service College. Mr. Chairman, Minister of Public Service has already received funding to conduct training for all employees starting from entry up to the highest level. Some are going to be compulsory that before you undergo it, you are not promoted. In the establishment notice that was issued this financial year, establishment notice number 1 of 2025, I think it is paragraph 8.2, responsible officers were requested to submit to of public service names of employees who have been appointed in this financial year, such that we can arrange their induction. Establishment notice number 1 of 2025. We had some complaints that when these establishment notes come to the district, that you don't give to our politicians. Please give. My dear politicians, I have a soft copy here, and RDCs. Whoever is interested, I'm ready to give a soft copy. Yes. Then there is another issue, the adjusting the structure to include the position of biomedical engineer. I'm going to combine it with the one of the senior environment officer, also to create the division stroke department of physical planning. As I said earlier, we are planning to do a comprehensive review of all structures of local governments. But members, we just do, when we are doing, we start with functional or job analysis. So we are going to carry out the job analysis, workload analysis. When we come to you, you also raise it, such as if it is found wanting, after all, you are the ones who are interested in them, then I think they will be considered. When teams come, please don't keep quiet. You bring it up. Are we together? Yes. Then there is this issue of the canon from Masindi Municipal Council. We started by thanking the cow for a wonderful presentation. Then he said the root cause of poor service delivery is salary disparity. Yes, there is salary disparity, but we are now getting a chua in a phased manner, right? You can, now, the person who's been praising can bear me witness. So after, others will come in, Chaka will come in, at the end of the day, we shall all benefit. But what I don't want to agree is that this is the main root cause of poor service delivery. Because even the presenter even mentioned that in health centers, those health workers are not there. These are the people who enhanced their salaries. I think the lowest, the nurse, she gets 2 point something. So now after enhancing salaries, now they bring in issue of what? No accommodation, no what. So I am hesitant to agree with that one. Yes? But now let us remain committed. Let us provide services to Ugandans. With time, all of us will harness the fruits of salary enhancement. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Someone from the Ministry of Health? Ministry of Health?
Again, Isaac Mubanza, Minister of Health Planning Department. I received the first question on reliable power supply to the health facilities. Some health facilities do not have reliable power supply, others don't have power supply at all. Ministry of Health has been in communication with Ministry of Energy. The ideal situation is every health facility should be on the grid. But as you know, there are challenges with that. Some health facilities have not yet been reached. What I can say is there has been progress. Some facilities are now on the grid and others are still being enrolled. I do not have the exact figures on how many facilities actually are not on the grid, but Ministry of Health is now implementing the electronic medical records, and all health facilities are supposed to be using electronic medical records. It started at the national referral, regional referral, now it's at the general hospital. It is supposed to be rolled out to the health center 4s and health center 3s. And these require electricity. I don't know if the district can be able to find a way of prioritizing the solar power for some of the facilities which are high volume. The ones which were under UGIFT, I think all of them had power supply through solar. And funds can be availed to make sure that the solar equipment that is at these facilities under UGIFT is maintained and the solar keeps on working, as the other interventions on bringing all the other facilities to the grid are ongoing. So the district can also involve Ministry of Energy and UEDCL to make sure that their facilities are connected to the grid. You might find sometimes it is just a short distance from here up to there. And the facility can be connected because there is some little money which is required, maybe like 2 poles, something like that. And that one can be done. Then the other question is on the security of health facilities. Fencing. The lower level health facilities can be fenced using the development grant that is given to the district. I don't think this is a concrete fencing. This is like a chain link, kind of. You put a chain link around the facility. For those of you who have UGIFT facilities, you know how they did that. You can do that to your facility, maybe 2 or 3 facilities per financial year, and another financial year you go and touch another facility. Of course, we know that the funding is not enough for you to fence all the health facilities in the district within the same year. But if you prioritize some of the development funds, you can fence maybe 2 facilities with the chain link, and the security will be enhanced for the facility. Then the third is on maintenance of medical equipment. This one is servicing, repair, and maintenance of medical equipment. There is a funding gap. Maybe Ministry of Finance can come in and give Ministry of Health additional money and maybe enhance the one which is on the formula based for the local government, because the gap is around 10 to 15 billion. Maintaining, repairing of medical equipment across the country. This money is insufficient, and the earlier it is received, the earlier the equipment will be maintained. There are, of course, someone touched on the regional referral medical equipment maintenance workshops. They are there, but they are not staffed, and some of them are also ill-equipped. Ministry of Health is working on a project to construct, to rehabilitate, and tool the regional referral medical equipment maintenance workshops, so that these equipments which come from the lower facilities can be catered for by the regional equipment maintenance workshops. Of course, there are high level equipment which cannot be done even at the regional equipment maintenance workshops. Those ones are supposed to be brought to Wabigalo. There is a workshop at Wabigalo where there is supposed to be a calibration center and all that, but it is also not well equipped to handle all the equipment across the country. So when this project goes through, these equipments will be maintained. Someone also touched on the cold chain equipment. The cold chain equipment previously were being supported by the USAID and under off-budget support, but there was also money under Gavi where they were doing this. But ever since the USAID pulled out, the funds under Gavi reduced, the funds under Global Fund reduced, and the USAID funding which was being used to support the maintenance of cold chain equipment, even procurement, has since reduced. So this has created a gap because there were also staff who were being supported under Gavi and USAID to do this work. So I think what the district can do, they can write with the gap that is within the cold chain maintenance to make sure that the funds are availed. Then another issue, number 4, on sub-counties without health facilities. Of course, there are still very many sub-counties without health facilities. The challenge is the sub-counties are so many, and the funds available for construction of health facilities is not commensurate to the number of health facilities that need to be constructed. UGIFT 1 has done good work here, where the facilities which were available, like health center 3s, they were upgraded, and there was construction of new health center 3s in sub-counties which did not have. There were some facilities which were also constructed under the Uganda Reproductive and Maternal Child Health Improvement Project, AMCHIP, and there are also some which have been constructed under the UCRIP. But the gap is still so huge compared to the amount of funding that is available. Maybe with the UGIFT 2 coming in, this gap of the health center 3s will be catered for. But remember, we also have health center 4s which are not equipped. They have poor infrastructure. There are no staff houses. So if we are to go into what is the priority right now? Right now, the priority is not health center 3s in sub-counties which should not have. Because they had demarcated sub-counties, you'd find the boundary of a sub-county is here. The other one is a sub-county. This one is another sub-county. The people in this sub-county can access the other facility, but they want their own. Yet there are other facilities, there are other sub-counties, which are very far and they need. So those ones are the ones which will be considered. We shall do a geographical analysis of, we have a health facility atlas, and we are also going to attach GIS to each. So only sub-counties which have a health facility which is far will be considered. Otherwise, the money will be prioritized into availing staff houses for the already constructed health facilities and for health center 4s which are in a sorry state. There was also an issue on revising the population with the current figures. As you know, there was a census carried out, I think it is last year, and there is a fixed allocation under the non-wage. There is a fixed allocation and a variable allocation. Under the variable allocation, there is a variable population in the catchment, which takes around 60%. So you find a district with a bigger population gets more, the facilities under get more than a neighboring district which has a lower population. But even if we are working, UBOS and MOFPED, to update the formula with the current population allocations as per the formula. But previously, the districts that had a high population, they are still the ones with a high population. The ones which had a low population still have a low population. We have not yet done the analysis to see if there is a district that had a higher population in the last census, and right now it has surpassed another district. Most of the districts that were high, they are still high. The ones which were low, they are still low. So even if we put in these figures, even though your population has increased, the neighboring district which had a higher population still has a higher population, though yours has increased. It has also increased commensurate to the population they had previously. So you will find that there will be some small changes here and there. But it does not mean that because maybe your population increased now, you're going to get some outrageous amount of money. No, the ones which had a higher population still have a higher population, and they will still take a higher share. If yours increased but it is not commensurate to what the one who had a higher population is, then you will just have a small increment on your allocation. The other issue was on the health, on the waste management. Ministry of Health only deals with the healthcare waste management. The healthcare waste management is handled by Ministry of Health centrally because it is the one which manages the infrastructure that manages healthcare waste management. And these are the incinerators. Ministry of Health has constructed, I think, 6 regional incinerators, the huge ones. And in this financial year, Ministry of Finance provided 10 billion to procure trucks and move all this medical waste to the huge incinerators. There are some small district incinerators which are not yet funded and they have gaps, and they were being supported by the USAID funding. But this year, Ministry of Finance has also provided a supplementary, it has not yet gone through, on the gaps created by USAID funding, which includes the healthcare waste management. So when this money comes, it will help to gather all the medical waste that is within the facilities, and the service providers have already been identified. They will carry all this medical waste to the regional incinerators, and this is about to the tune of around 20 billion plus the 10 billion which is supposed to be for this financial year. So it will be enough to handle the healthcare waste. So I would like to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, I think I'm seeing how we are moving. I think we need to go for lunch. But I think before we can go for lunch, I'm going to invite the minister here to wrap up this discussion I've been in, because he's also having some issues to respond to. Then after his submission, we are going to have a prayer and we go for lunch. Let me give the mic.
Thank you, Chair, for managing this session and very well. The team has responded to most of the issues raised. The only ones pending are those that have financial implications that require additional funding from all of the issues that have been raised. Yes, the cow made a good presentation also, and it has been applauded by most of us. But I also listened attentively. The revenue side was not touched on, identifying or recommending key areas where we can generate additional funding. Because everyone is saying finance should add. The other side have not had where to add. Where to add? We cannot create, we are not God. Where do we add? In your proposals, even as we go for parallel sessions, identify areas where we can generate more resources. Because the strategy we have already indicated, it will focus on ATMs. These are the areas you are talking about, and they are enablers. We agree really the funds are not sufficient. We need to put in more investments. But now that the resources have not yet increased as expected, we should focus on one of the focus should be put on generating more resources needed to invest in, to reduce these gaps or to close the gaps. The team has ably responded to the issues, to recruitment, public service, road maintenance. Indeed, what is not true that government finance reduced the money for road maintenance. Finance has never reduced the budget for our allocations for local governments. No, not even the raising. You are always a priority. But that happened, I think, the other year during appropriation. During appropriation, where some money was taken to the center. That is to, I think, Minister of Works. That's when it happened. But on understanding that, of course, this is program approach, the money remained within the program. It was repurposed within the program. And now that a road fund and UNRWA are all now under works, so that money is still there under works, they should make sure that they repurpose it very well, as road maintenance is a critical area that we must focus on come next financial year. More resources should be going to road maintenance before even we think of any new projects. Otherwise, we cannot leave the money wasted. The road that we have already put in place, to see them being wasted, soil is going away because of not maintenance and a lack of money for maintenance. We have to prioritize road maintenance under that program. Another good thing is that the successor project for USMID, which is now called UCHMID, is coming on board. We are finalizing arrangements with the World Bank, specifically for cities. That's why they are calling it UCHMID, not USMID, but UCHMID. Cities are on board and municipalities. So these ones will also work on the infrastructure within cities and municipalities. We are remaining is just very soon you'll hear some communication. You receive communication about this funding. Just a few areas here and there, and we finalize with the World Bank negotiations, and the money will be put in the budget for next year. For Egypt, we are also about to start discussions, and the team will be coming to you. There is a mission, a World Bank mission coming, I think, toward the end of October, to look at those gaps we are talking about, to look at the delays where we have not yet done as expected, and then the scope that we should be considered under Egypt too. Like the previous speaker has said, the parameter they used last time of a health center, a seed secondary school per sub-county, really was, it should maybe, we need to discuss this and review and see whether we should bring in other parameters. Other parameters must be considered this time. Looking at the distance, like for example, you find in some places, health centers are close to each other because of the boundary arrangement, political boundaries. Then there are cases where you find students traveling so many kilometers to access a seed school because of the size of the sub-county. And to some extent, some places they have turned classrooms into boarding sections because some girls especially couldn't manage traveling all that distance to look for a secondary school, the only one in the sub-county, which is a huge sub-county. Yet on the other side, you find a whole district as in terms of sizes, smaller than a sub-county elsewhere. So those are the things we are going to review and discuss under Egypt 2, which is coming on board once we finalize the agreement with the World Bank. All those, the scope, we are going to discuss the scope and we'll consult you on the way forward regarding allocation of these facilities and distribution of the facilities in particular. And as indicated also, other projects are coming on board. Look at health center falls and primary school infrastructure. Then recruitment, as indicated, we all know that staffing levels are still below the required level. We are talking of should be, the minimum really should be, our agreed position should be above 60% staffing level. But when the other issues of enhancement came in, the resources for recruitment ended up being used for enhancement of salaries. Because we are pushing many agendas. We need enhancement, but we need also to recruit more. So we said recruitment be halted a bit, then we increase salaries in a phased approach. So later the resources, when they become available, now we look at full recruitment. But for now we said heads of departments, those critical positions, within the wage you have. If the wage cannot allow, please don't go that route to create a shortfall. Finance and public service have just concluded an exercise. I think you are all involved to establish the genuine shortfalls. Because they said some of the local governments do recruit outside the structure that was cleared by public service. The LC5 chairperson said, you recruit these 10 primary school teachers because their father was my supporter. But the structure does not allow accommodate those people. Then you find the crashing between the local government, the political leaders and the district service committee. Or they end up recruiting beyond the structure, beyond the wage that is provided. Many things we have been hearing. Others keep a position for people who are not even available as yet. They make sure someone keeps acting because that is the priority officer who is at a lower level, but they want him to keep acting. Then they'll say, no, the staffing level, there is a gap here, we don't have such kind of critical personnel. All those issues, so public service and finance must interact with you, come up with a final solution. Because at our side, they always question that for us who manage local governments. How come shortfalls always provide money every year in, but the shortfalls keep coming? Are we providing money for ghost workers? So we find for us who are now explaining on your behalf, it becomes a big challenge. So with public service, let us always do thorough analysis and establish the cause of these shortfalls. That's why they also delay in releasing money for pension areas and gratuity. They are saying really, every year we have been giving money for to clear these areas. How come they keep coming? They don't reduce significantly. So they're saying no. Internal audit at the local government there and the center. Yes, you did the audit and you verified and we provided the budget. But for the money to go, let us be sure that there were no ghosts. Now they have procured an independent firm. We then, before we release quarter 2, we'll be having a report to inform the decision to release money for areas. So for sure, money for workers, the remuneration of workers has not been a challenge. It's always a priority. But establishing getting the real information, genuine shortfalls, genuine areas is always a challenge. It's always a challenge, but money will be provided once we can sort out those issues of exaggerating the figures and the corruption tendencies and the ghosts and all that. Money will be provided. The rest of my colleagues have really responded to most of these issues: education, enrollment, vis-a-vis the teacher ratio. All those, the government is looking at this. And of course, as we go on, you'll be getting information updated from time to time as the budget process as we finalize this budget process for this financial year. But for now, work within the resources you have, which we are going to communicate. I think the circular should be out today. The first budget called circular. That is the resource. It has not changed. The budget has not changed, the allocation. But now you have to allocate your resources aligned to the ATMs we have talked about, the enablers, the actions, the interventions under the PIAP, which we call the PIAPs. That's where you align your money. Then genuine shortfalls, we are going to look at that, and we consult, of course, the cabinet and the government in general, and if more resources become available, then that will be communicated under our second BCC next year. So as you finalize your BFPs, fit within the money that you have for now. We talked about facilitating the planning units. That one was agreed, that we have not yet come up with the exact amount required, because when we met the planners, they talked of a requirement of about 33 billion, providing 100 million per local government planning unit. Because we are all in agreement that really, because of the function they are undertaking, they need proper facilitation. It was agreed, and that money will be provided next financial year. We are working with the NPA and the Minister of Local Government to come up with the exact amount, much as they talked of 100 million per local government. Is that enough, or is it exaggerated? That's what we are working on. So all these changes will come in second BCC. Okay. Okay, in case of other submissions or issues that we have not touched, this can also come up during the parallel sessions. We are here to discuss all issues that should form part and parcel of the budget strategy. So keep around during the afternoon session, when we break into parallel sessions, have all these recommendations captured and to inform the budget strategy. Finally, join me to thank the chair, who is still with us here, for conducting this session very well. He deserves a clap, an applause, please. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And this brings to a close this session. We go for a lunch and come back. I think we can come back at, it is already coming to 20 past. We need 40 minutes. Can we use 40 minutes? We come here like, okay, 3:45. Let us be here 4:45. Then we start the next session. We get the terms of reference, and we break into the parallel sessions, and we discuss and make appropriate contributions that will inform the budget strategy for next financial year. I thank you, members, for listening and being attentive. Thank you very much. Let's go for lunch.
A prayer for lunch. RDC Kakumiro. Get to the mic.
All stand up and honor God to bless our food. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God the Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for our country, Uganda, the part of Africa, which has everything for us to eat. God the Father, the Minister of Finance has prepared a good meal for us. God bless that meal. It becomes so sweet for us. God bless we pray through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Send messages to those who have not yet reported back so that we start and we finish today's business a bit early. So as per the program, we are to receive the terms of reference for the parallel sessions presented by Minister of Finance. And thereafter, we'll break into parallel sessions as per the programs. Hope you all know that we now implement the budget. We budget and implement by the program approach, not sectors anymore. So the parallels are in line with the parallel sessions are in line with the programs, NDP 4 programs, which are listed there. So let us receive the presenter from Minister of Finance. I hope Agure, you are ready. Take us through the terms of reference to kickstart our parallel sessions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chair. I request the Secretariat to project. Good afternoon, members. So this is where your key budgeting process. You should discuss, this group set us to pick up the input that you desire us to have in the budget process. In the budget strategy, in allocation of the numbers. So these parallel sessions are very core. And going forward, what we have started with this financial year, we're no longer going to be having individual ministry guidelines. We shall be having program grant guidelines. If it is human capital development, we will have all the 4 areas of health, education, water, community-based services. So we are no longer going to be working in silos. So we are going to be doing program. Even the MTFs will be by program. Okay? So we are going to go away from the issue of individual or sectors. We'll be going program approach. So that's why we're having these discussions in the parallel sessions are in program. There are 8 programs, and I'll be listing them. So the terms of references are, first, the introduction is that you know the goal of the NDP 4 is to achieve higher household incomes and employment for sustainable economic transformation. For us to achieve this goal, we must implement the ATMs that have clearly come out in the minister's keynote address, in all the presentations that we have made. We have a target of the ATMs. So our strategy is anchored on the ATMs. With agro-industrialization and light manufacturing, by 2039-40, we have $20 billion targets. Tourism development, $50 billion. Mineral development, this will discuss best manufacturing, where a person or a DC was emphasizing having common markets for our minerals. Then also the science and technology, which has a multiplier. Then the other ones were enablers that will help us. So the objective, so in order to achieve the above ambition, we need to take full advantage of the new ways of business processes, emerging technologies, invest in sources of growth, and leverage the new trade and economic relationships. The objective of the parallel session, therefore, is to discuss specific strategies in the local government development plans. Like you have indicated, you have local government development plans. The good thing is that my brother Swalik from NPA indicated that we have no local government in this region that has not presented its local development plan. So in other words, you have your local development plans already submitted to NPA. So the objective of the parallel session is to discuss the specific strategies in local government development plans that will contribute to the targeted 10-fold growth strategy, service delivery enhancement, and alignment with the program action plan. This one we have done. The PIAPs now have been streamlined in the PBS for budgeting purposes. You no longer have a variety of the PIAPs. Now we only have PIAPs tailored to local government needs and plans. This one we have solved it. Then the other one is methodology. How shall we do it? The chairperson of the parallel sessions will be drawn from the LC5 chairmen that are here, or the mayors, or the RDC. In the absence of the three, the chairperson will be the accounting officer, who is in this case the city clerk, or the town clerk, or the cow. The chairperson will be required to appoint their secretary, who will take note of the proceedings of that parallel session. B is that the ministries, you've been having ministries here, our colleagues from different MDAs, who have been giving responses as and when called upon. So these people will be part of the parallel session, as we'll be displaying on the schedule there. So our colleagues from MDAs will be part of the parallel sessions, to give guidance, to give more information, to do everything. Let's go. The group will discuss the opportunities and challenges to the achievement of the tenfold growth strategy through the ATMs and the service delivery enhancements with a focus on existing policies. These are your documents that you would use. Existing policies, area circulation of the service delivery gaps, especially those that are relevant to local governments within the function assignment and funding. What are the opportunities that local governments can enhance in the financial year 26-27? Then alignment of the local government interventions with the PIAPs, highlighting critical gaps and enablers. Your interventions must be aligned. This is what I'm focused on. Number 4, that the LOG interventions should be aligned to the PIAPs that we already have in the PBS, or that we use for budgeting. On the second day of the workshop, each group will make its 20-minute presentation to the plenary as indicated in the program, using the attached template. We shall circulate a soft copy of the reporting template. So each group will have its name highlighted in terms of the name of the group. Let's say agro-industrialization, that's the name of the group. So I will give you a Word document, a soft copy, that you use it for reporting. Then the other one is, following the incorporation of the comments for a plenary, the chairperson shall ensure that the group submits a copy of the final presentation to the secretariat, to us, for consideration and documentation. All these views that you air through these parallel sessions, we will take note of them and we will consolidate them for budget formulation. Group composition, let's go. The parallel sessions will be constituted based on the NDP4 programs as indicated in table 1. The number 1 is tourism. So we'll break out in 2 groups. Number 1, tourism will be here. This sector, this is where tourism will be. That will be led by Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, Ministry of Trade. There are people here from Trade, Ministry of Water, and Ministry of Works. The departments we expect are the Trade, Industry, local economic, that is led local economic development, water, roads and engineering. That is number 1. Because roads are enablers in achieving tourism target. So that's why the roads are there. They are enablers. These are the things we are talking about in the strategy. Manufacturing and private sector development, that is group 2. So I've said group 1 is here. And I've told you the members that will attend in that parallel session. Group 2 will be around there where Mr. Kao Kabarole is seated. That's where group 2 will be. Mr. Rehayu. Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives will be leading the manufacturing and private sector development. The members to attend are Trade, Roads, Finance Department, CFO, Planning Department. Let's go to another one. The other ministries, sorry, the ministries, the MDAs, please take note. We have Finance, we have URSB, we have Uganda Investment Authority, we have UDC. All these are MDAs that should be in that program of manufacturing and private sector development. That is group 2. Human capital development will be led by Ministry of Education as a facilitator, MDA, and, sorry, not led. The key ministry is education, so it should participate. Then the expected people from the local government are education, health department, community-based services, and water department. Let's go to sustainable urbanization and housing. We expect natural resources, that is physical planner, education, and health department. Let's go. Agro-industrialization, which is group 5. That will, Ministry of Agriculture will be part of it, and the other ministries, trade, what? But the core people to attend are from production and marketing department, trade, water department, and the commercial officer. Natural resources, which is group 6, will be led by natural resources officer and water department. Integrated transport and infrastructure and services, where key issues were raised during the plenary. We expect the engineer to be there, the fiscal planner, and the water department. And an ICT officer for those that have that post. And lastly, regional development. Ministry, this one is by Ministry of Law Government, but the leaders are planners, administration, education, that is DO, health, regional. The people expected there from the MDS are Ministry of Finance, Gender, NPA, Local Government Finance Commission, and OPM. The reference documents are, each parallel session will have the following documents for reference to facilitate the group discussion. The first BCC, which I think has been signed today, you're going to get a copy. The 10-fold growth strategy, the program grant guidelines, IPFs for 26-27, and NDP4 PAPs. And the feedback on the issues raised in the previous sessions. Number 6 we gave them, they are in your files. Others were accounted for during the keynote address by the minister. We gave accountability of the previous issues that you raised, but the detailed in terms of annex are in the matrix that is in the files. That has all the responses, all the issues you raised in the last local government budget consultative meetings. We are able to answer each of the issues you raised. But the key ones, we put them in the keynote address, which you also have. So these are our documents that will guide the discussions. So now, can we break out in terms of the groupings? Can we break out in terms of groupings? How many other chairmen are here? Chairman LC5. Chairman, I already know one here. Another chairman? Chairperson, local government? Do we have any other chairperson? Mayor? So number 1 chair is here, number 2 chair is there. Another chairperson? Or mayor? RDCs. Our chairman, chairperson number 3 is here. RDCs? Another RDC? But on the list of the participants, I see more RDCs and more escorts, but I see few here. They sign and run away or what? Another RDC, chairperson number 4. Chairperson number 5. We are having 3 to go. Because there are 8 groups, I need 8 chairpersons. Another RDC. Cow. Chief administrative officers. Hey, speakers. Speaker? Any speaker from a district? Huh? Where? Now you're a chairperson of a group I'm going to give you. You're chairperson number 6. 2 to go. 2 to go? Where? RDC. Chairperson number 7. The last one. I think one cow should chair. Mr. Roweza. You are chairperson number 8. So I'm going to display the groups. Please recast the groups. So that they can choose. So given that you're already here, you are chairperson number 1. Tourism. I'm saying RDC. And RDC, chairperson number, group 2. Manufacturing and private sector.
Hold on a bit.
Yes.
I know some of the chairpersons you have nominated have interest in certain programs.
Yes.
Can we give them a chance to first decide on the program of your interest? You can stand up, raise your hand, and say, I've taken this, and then, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance.
Okay.
So kind to us. I will take a number 1 because of the roads and the other issues there.
Number 1 is taken. Okay?
Any other person wants to choose a... Go. So number 1 is taken by Mr. Chibuka. Number 2? Number 2? Hey, you first scroll down so that they see all the groups. The program, no, up, sorry. Scroll up. Up. Want to see the programs, they want to see the programs. There's human capital, there's sustainable urbanization and housing, there's agro-industrialization. Natural resources, integrated transport, infrastructure and services, and regional development. Chairman, what's your name, sir?
Ndibwami Biyo says my name. I'm taking program number 3. Chairman of Kagadi. Human Capital Development.
Another one? Chairman Chibari. Which group?
What are you negotiating now?
Speaker Kagadi wants agro-industrialization as chair.
It is already taken. Huh?
Agro-industrialization, no.
Okay, agro. Okay, go ahead.
Chiba, the chairperson, is flexible. I think he should take regional development. He's flexible.
Where are the rest?
The rest. Which group?
Private sector development.
RDC has taken private sector development.
Okay.
Now,
Next.
Mr. Weza, which group are you taking? It's flexible. He's going with manufacturing and private sector development.
Okay, go ahead. How many remaining?
Natural resources. I'd gotten 7 chairperson. Which other chairperson had put up his hand? We had counted all of them. You took which one? Hey, they also took private sector.
Okay.
RDC has stepped out. I think he's going to come back. Mr. Rosa, you're taking which one?
I think we can break into groups.
Which
Then
one?
those who have not yet got, we decide where to go.
Okay.
Yes, the remaining groups.
So group
Okay.
1 is this side. Group 2 is here. You're sharing which group?
Again, remind them what is group 1, what is group 2.
Group 1 is tourism. Group 2 is manufacturing. So manufacturing here. You sit. Chairperson, take seats. The members are going to come.
finalize creating groups.
Yes,
and then
Chair,
the
you can
members
come
move.
to. You said human capital? Human capital, right? You come this side. Hey, human capital, that side. Yes. Chair, the members are there. Your members are there from the ministry already. So when I say human capital, the people I read, DEO, DHO, follow your chairperson. When I say tourism, commercial officers, tourism officers, roads, follow chairperson. Your chairperson is
Members,
there.
can we move to our groups?
I just want to see people move. Huh? Which one? There are many, there are different officers from different districts, so they can distribute to themselves. Yes. Regional development. Chairman Chibari. They should find you here. Yeah. Regional development. Members, come here. The chairman is here. Regional development. Then the secretaries will go to the secretariat. They will get the soft copy of the reporting templates and the other documents for discussing.
Let's move, join our groups. As per the terms of reference, when you join your group, you start your business under your chairmanship, your chairman. Then you select the secretary, start discussing, deliberate, make recommendations. You will only go to leave the room when you have finished. You don't really go to your rooms when you are finished, because in the morning we expect you to come here and present a report. So when you go without a report, then in the morning you'll not be ready. So that one we leave it for the chairpersons on how to conduct the business. The deliverable, the output we expect tomorrow morning is a report.
Chair, Mr. Weza, you're chairing natural resources. Natural resources members, environment officer, water officer, you come here. Come here. Agro-industrialization, natural resources here. Agro-industrialization, speaker, come. See here, agro-industrialization. The food basket of Uganda. Here. Yours is which one? Hey. Yes, but you're so near each other. So the different technical people from the local governments, from districts, go to your respective programs. Go to your respective programs. Production officer is agro-industrialization. It is here. It's here. Commercial officers, you come where I am. Commercial officers. Commercial. Commercial. Here, where I am. Commercial officers. Manufacturing. Huh? Manufacturing is there. Group 2 is there. There. Manufacturing is there. Commercial officers, come where I'm standing. Human capital is there. There. Human capital is there. Agro-industrialization. So which program is not there? I've not read. Tom, this is tourism. You give him. This is our production. This is agro-industrialization. Agro. This group is agro. You have given them what is it? Agro-industrialization, production officers here. Natural resources there, where Mr. Cow is. Sustainable. Physical planners, land officers, come. Go there. Where that lady is. Sustainable. Roads. Roads, where are you, roads? Engineers, where are the district engineers? Engineers? For this is what? Regional development. Engineers. You guys are the one who have been complaining about roads. Now you don't want to discuss. The engineers are in the field or they are somewhere else. Regional development. He's coming. Regional development. Human resource officers, deputy cow. Are there secretaries? Deputy cow, human resource officers. Which other people? Hey, planners, auditors, where are you? This is your group. NPA, where are you? Where is Swalik? Ministry of Local Government. Local Government Finance Commission, here. Auditors. But the chairman has gone out. Maybe he's coming back. NPA, come here. Regional Development. Ministry of Local Government, which is very key in regional development. Where are the members from the Ministry of Local Government? The gentleman has been here. Charles should be here. Agro-industrialization method here. A very important program, which is roads. I don't see people here. Where are the engineers? So you have no problems as engineers? Engineers. Regional development. You give him the But now, I think commercial officers should work together with tourism officers. We solve the problem. You.
yasaze mu kyetaano ani yasaze mu ntabagala etaano wagamba bagende mu poliisi nimbagamba bagende bawaabe kati gwe oba wasente kato omupya omuwadde meka
But where are the engineers? Members, engineers, go to your program, which is very important. The man is there, that man in a Rotary jacket. Where are the engineers? Are there engineers? You go to the group. Members, engineers, go to your program. Your program is roads. And yet you are paid as scientists. You go. The gentleman was here, Charles. I don't know where. I'm told the auditors and the planners are there behind. You come here, members. Take this program very serious. Planner Burisa, I know him. You come. Come, Kavarori. Come here to the program. You want budget for what you have not planned for, then you begin calling me in office. And you want to audit what you have not planned for. The chairperson is here, regional development. Planners, where are you? You come. Come. Auditors, your facilitation will be, okay, your facilitation will be paid based on how you attend the parole sessions. So you better come and attend. Let me call you. Physical planners, sustainable urbanization. Physical planners, do we have any? Land officers? Where? You come, the program is here. Or you go there, let him go there. Chairperson, you should also help me in recording these people. Whoever has not attended, facilitation will be paid based on the attendance of their parole sessions. So the attendance list should be there. We need attendance list. Because people are running away. They don't take the exercise serious.
What are we saying? What is what at 25, at 25, 26.
Let me ask.
Limited or something. No political support or intervention.
Not even support, but interference.
Interference is some stakeholders, interference with some stakeholders, but if you say political, they want political.
Those are very different ones.
No, they are facts.
Like I'm telling you, that is why it has really changed the population. Don't use the word
Yes. Either has support or something. Maybe you can say interference in implementation, but don't say political interference. Interference with some leaders. In explanation, but the wording here. Any other challenge? Maybe you can use the word mega, yeah, but
Depending what is the reality.
but I was in a meeting recently, they said this financial you find out. So if you are getting 20 million now for the find out your budget is okay. Can say it is still low funding, but
It was increased, but
still say low funding.
why was it increased? Because there are sections. Now it was only maybe some forestry sector, its only funding. It was enough for me, particularly to say
There was it distribution at your level? Because I was in a meeting 2 weeks ago. They confirmed how much so I think it was double. There was someone who was getting it at the 6 told me 70%. From what was obvious, it is low, but it is progressive. Remember, do look at
the guidelines for sharing
So what are you currently getting? What?
we share in the
There's no fund. You can say, and then there we shall have activities. Because one thing is, if we increase better, you should implement. Yes.
initially, they would give us the wetland vision, and it would always look at subsidization. But now when they increase, we can go into, we've been trying to go with the action plans for the district and also some county level. But you find that those consultation meetings, consultative meetings, need a lot of money. But we can come up with those plans. The fund is in place. So we shall not keep us.
Yes, members will get it. it must be the same branch member, but maybe you breathe and those are activities. Any other challenge? Yes. Yeah, because this is the issue, as you mentioned, the issue I mentioned, land and physical planning. That's why we are pushing. They use the 40 districts which are given. On the 40, we are pushing and they are going to get. I remember one of the meetings, 27 billion, give all the 176. So as of now, don't put this branch in land, you can work with them, but you say, we distributed. So you get problems. They first share with you the sector. Actually, the land is going to separate and do the funding in the land. Don't mention that they are spreading money to other sectors.
Because these are our issues we are putting forward. Are you going to tell the ministry? No?
Let's remember here, implementation but the issue of implementing was brought in, and actually one thing we are doing is you give a list, as you have said, like those 8 districts did not do what? Night is the ministry who should flag it. Local government say they don't report. And we told you, you rate as such and say, so and so. You have not. Like road van, they used to send a list, non-compliant district. You call your colleagues, say, hey, we have not done this, then you have not done it. So now those are I don't think people will say, but maybe. Let's talk about this, but as a ministry, we need it. Like you have,
will tell us the issues they have against us, but it will not report us.
But remember, you wrote also that one.
I have refused that point.
Like you
it's not our
I was in a meeting